test mic. So, mga kabanat, so narito na naman tayo para i-live ko itong ginawang hearing. Sana medyo okay yung signal natin. Kasi ito yung ginawang pagdinig sa Senado na naman patungkol sa Anumalya sa pagbili ng mga PPEs ng DOH kung sana involve yung mga appointees ni President Duterte kagaya nila Nilaw at iba pang pati si Michael Yang ay nadamay dito. At yun nga ay nagkaroon ng pagtatanggol ni President Duterte. Ito yung pagdinig na ipinangako ni Senador Gordon kung sana inalmahan din ni President Duterte. So nagkaroon ng patuloy ngayon sa Senado patungkol dito sa mga kagamitan ng pangdoktor na overpriced nga. So panoorin niyo ito mga kabanat, itong ginawang pagdinig at na makita natin dito kung sino ba talaga on may katuturan ba yung kanyang pinaggagawa ni yung ginawang pagdinig ni Senador Gordon o talagang walang katotohanan. So tayong magsaksi mga kabanat, naka-live ngayon ito. So ila-live ko rin ito para makita natin dito. Sana hindi humina yung signal natin. So caption moment. So ano natin ito? Ano natin mga kabanat. So i-play ko na.
Were not served according to J.V. Malata, property manager of Fort Victoria, formally had moved out of their establishment last year. So,
And do we know where they had moved out, if any?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Is there any information where they had moved out?
No, Your Honor, we don't have that information yet, sir.
Oh.
Mr. Wang, do you know where your company has moved out from the Philippines?
Mr. Chairman, our company has not moved out of the premise. We have a lease contract, and the registered address is the same as the record in Flex.
Can you please state to us which address it is?
The address is
Talagang
Unit 8 and 9,
guguan ng
22nd
ilong
floor,
dito.
Fort Victoria, Tower B, 5th Avenue, Bonifacio Global City, Taguig City.
Your Honor, there is a certificate of non-residency from Fort Victoria Condominium. It states this is to certify that Pharmaly Pharmaceuticals Corporation was a previous tenant of Unit 22082 and 09.
That is why I asked the question.
Sorry, sir.
It was an occupant before, but now it's no longer an occupant. Is that correct?
That is the certification, Your Honor, of Fort Victoria Condominium Association, and this report is prepared by Brian Santos, Administrative Assistant, and noted by J.V. Malata, Property Manager.
So it's not operating there anymore. Is that correct?
The certification says that they are not a resident anymore of that condominium, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Wang, what do you say to that?
Mr. Chairman, due to the COVID situations, our staff have not been coming into the office because we are working remotely. However, we have a lease contract with that specific unit in question, and that is all.
All right, we will take that statement for what it's worth right now, which is not much.
Your Honor, as an addendum, they have February 18, 2020, they were issued a move-out clearance by Fort Victoria, Your Honor.
Mr. Wang, what do you say to that?
I need to check the record on that without clearance on that part. But we do have a lease contract with the unit in question. But we were again to ask to move out as of 27 or 28 of August this year due to this Senate hearing. So we are asked to vacate by September 30.
Well, I'll have to go by what we see. And these are government officials who are presumed to have done their duty properly. And they're saying that they got this and that your company is according to the property manager there, has moved out. So we will take that for the moment and we will ask you questions about that later on. Go ahead, Mr. Kimbo.
Mr. Chairman, from Philippine Pharma Wealth, the committee has issued subpoena to...
So we will take that for the moment and we will ask you questions about that later on. Go ahead, Mr. Kimbo.
Mr. Chairman, from Philippine Pharma Wealth, the committee has issued subpoena to Ms. Diana Biron, President, Mr. Hernan D. Biron, Senior, CEO, Mr. Hernan G. Biron, Jr., Treasurer, and Mr. Jason Valdez, Director.
And
They have a representative here in Attorney Maylene Villanueva, VP for Legal Affairs and Human Resource.
we will not accept a representative.
Yes,
We
sir.
want their presence here.
From Philippine Blue Cross, the committee issued subpoena to Benito Techico, Steven Techico, Wilson Techico.
Excuse me. Will the gentlemen or ladies that are referred to please raise your hands so we can see you? Mr. Benete Chico, I can see you. I have a name there. Can you raise your hand? I just want to confirm that you're the one and the same person. Mr. Benete Chico. Mr. Benete Chico, you faded out. Go ahead. Mr. Chico. Raise your hand, please. You're on mute. I'm just asking you to raise your hand. Okay,
Yes.
you confirm that you're Benete Chico.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, okay, go ahead. Director Kimbo.
Yes, well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. All the Techicos are here.
All right. I'll take your word for it.
The committee issued a subpoena to Michael Yang, also known as Yang Hong Ming, former presidential economic advisor. And we have a report on the return, Mr. Chair.
And what is the report? You've told me, but I want you to tell the committee what the report is.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Michael Yang, also known as Yang Hong Ming, the first attempt to serve the subpoena on September 2, Thursday, was at 1 Neo, wherein the receptionist, through the security guard on duty, gave our server a telephone number to call for any Philippine Full-Win group of companies transaction. Upon calling, a certain Mr. John answered and informed our server that Mr. Yang is no longer connected with Full-Win Group of Companies, Inc. The second attempt to serve the subpoena on September 3, 2021, Friday, was at number 19 Nara Street, Forbes Park, Makati City, wherein a certain Romley Leondia, driver, refused to receive the subpoena and informed our server that there is no Michael Yang residing in the said address.
You're talking about the address in Nara Forbes Park, are you?
I'm sorry, sir.
Yan ba yung sa Nara Forbes Park?
Number 19, yes, Your Honor, Nara, Forbes Park.
Yes.
The driver, Romley Leondia, said that there is no Michael Yang residing in the said address. While talking with Mr. Leondia, an insurance company courier arrived with a document for a certain Nancy Yang. Mr. Leondia told the courier that there is no Nancy Yang in the household as well. Our server left a copy of the subpoena with Mr. Leondia.
Did you not tell this representation that somebody brought a package or a letter? Is it a package or a letter?
This was a delivery from an insurance company, and the courier arrived with a document for a certain Nancy Yang. But Mr. Leondia, the driver, told the courier that there is no Nancy Yang in that household as well.
Is Mr. Leon, is he Filipino or is he Chinese?
Mr. Leondia, Your Honor?
Yes.
He is a driver. I think he is a local, Your Honor.
Well, we got to confirm because otherwise you should instruct the USA to further investigate or bring him here if we have to.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr.
So we're
Chairman,
not, we don't have
Chairman.
Mr. Michael Yang. Yes.
an administrative matter, Mr. Chairman.
Who is yes,
Yes,
Senator
Yes.
Pangilinan?
just an administrative matter. Mr. Leon Diaz should be subpoenaed so that we can bring him in. Well, the other administrative matter, Mr. Chairman, is that when subpoenas, one or two subpoenas have been ignored or have not been, have been disregarded, that the next step is to issue a warrant of arrest, Mr. Chairman, as you know, and therefore we will tackle this later on, Mr. President, just for the record.
Yes.
Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Senator Pangilinan. Yes, Senator Poe. Happy birthday, Senator Poe.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think that I heard from a source that perhaps the Yangs are just leasing in Forbes. So maybe we can subpoena a copy of the lease agreement, whoever really owns the property, if there is one. That's all, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
I'll ask Frank Dillon, then the chair will, Senator Dillon, and the chair will rule. Go ahead. Senator Dillon, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a copy of the lease agreement on 19 Anara Avenue, South Forbes Park. That lease agreement states that the lessee is a corporation and that the lease premises will be used by Michael Young.
Yes, that was Mr. Tagle, right, who owns the lease.
Yes.
Is that correct? Yes.
Yes, Tagle owns the leased premises.
It's not related to me.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct, sir. But the lease contract expressly provides that the residence will be used by Mr. Michael Yang Hong Ming.
We have a copy of the same. Isn't that right, Director General?
Yes, Your Honor. We have the same copy, Your Honor.
Okay.
And indeed, they confirm what Senator Dillon says, as we've seen it before, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I think that provision is stated in clause number 5 of the lease contract, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, does it state what the lease amount is? I'm just curious.
It says well, I'd let Director Kimbo say so because he's got the contract. Go ahead, Director Kimbo.
It's about $500,000 a month, Your Honor.
500,000 a month. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. About 500,000 a month.
In other words, about 6 million a year.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the contract is for how long?
5 years, Your Honor.
And the contract was dated when?
2017, Your Honor. We're looking for the exact date, but it was
2017. That's about the date that Mr. Yang brought Farmali to Davao to see the president. Is that correct? Same year?
Yes, Your Honor. The contract starts April 2017, Your Honor.
Yeah.
It expires on April 2022.
Yes. So that was before or after they went to Davao?
After, Your Honor, because the trip to Davao was in March of the same year.
I thought so. March 17, if I'm not March 19 or March 17 to be exact.
Sir, we will confirm. I'm sorry, I don't have the date right
We'll
now.
find out later on. Anyway,
So, Mr. President,
I think
Mr.
we have a
Chairman,
copy of the contract that I can show on the screen. Can you see this contract, folks? Have we
Mr.
shared?
Chairman, that means
Yes, go
if their lease began in 2017, that means if they left earlier than that, they didn't actually end their lease. They ended their lease earlier than what's stated in the contract for 5 years.
Well, it says that the lease premises were to be occupied specifically, and I'll try to read it to you. Can you scroll down, please, to the part where it is supposed to be assigned to? There you go. Section 5 of the contract says, use as residence rules and regulations. It is understood and agreed that the leased premises na itong nirerentahan lugar ay hindi gagamitin ng lessee, shall not be used by the lessee as its staff house, but shall be used exclusively by the lessee for residential purposes only. That is an official residence of Pai Lee Holdings Incorporated stockholder, referring to Mr. Michael Yang Hong Min and his family, and for no other purpose, and subject to and in accordance with the covenants, restrictions, and stipulations contained in this contract. And the lessee further binds itself to observe good conduct in the use and enjoyment of the leased premises, and to refrain from engaging in any activity therein that will in any manner work harm, to damage, or prejudice the good name and reputation of the lessor and his property, and to refrain from creating racket. I don't know what they mean by racket. Is it a racket as in crime, or tennis racket, or noise, and loud noises?
Maybe
that disturbs
businesses,
his neighbors
Mr.
and the
Chair.
tranquil atmosphere in the village premises. I'm sure that everybody's seen a text message circulating that says the neighbors have been complaining, and even a cancer patient there has been complaining about the noise that is being perpetrated by bodyguards, or who appears to be bodyguards of the occupant of that house. Did you get a copy yourself of that text, Senator Poe?
Yes, I did, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
And Senator Pangilinan, did you get a copy as well? I see a thumbs up, and I'm sure Senator Drilon doesn't miss a beat. I'm sure Senator Drilon has also received a copy. So really, it cannot be denied that he lives in that
Mr. Chairman.
and he paid for the amount concerned. Yes, go ahead. Who's asking for
Yes,
the floor?
Mr. Chairman. Just a point of information. How many subpoenas have been served on Mr. Michael Yang?
2 already.
Including 2 already.
Yes.
So, just a parliamentary inquiry. What does the rules of the committee say in this regard?
The rule
It
says
say, yes. Thank you.
the rule says that if a subpoena is served and they refuse, and we have reason to believe, and that's not in the rule, reason to believe that he stays in that area, and he doesn't show, that we can now send him a warrant of arrest to appear before the committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and I already heard Senator Pangilinan indicate that he wants him brought to the Blue Ribbon Committee under arrest if necessary. Yes, Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Together with Sen Kiko and Sen Ping, it also has really caught my attention that this is at least the second time that the Blue Ribbon Committee, through our chairman, has issued an invitation or a subpoena to Michael Yang or Yang Hong Ming. And so in the spirit of what Sen Kiko said also about preparing to issue a warrant of arrest, may I move, Mr. Chairman, to cite Michael Yang or Yang Hong Ming in contempt of the Senate. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I will consider that motion to have him in contempt pursuant to the rules as originally presented by Senator Pangilinan, in fairness to him, and I understand even Senator Lacson in the previous hearing made mention of that, and there seems to be no objection. It's properly been sent by, all we need is one senator and Senator Dillon, and then we can proceed to send it to the Senate President.
Just a point, Mr. Chairman. I'm submitting a proposal to the chair. We are compelling Mr. Michael Yang to appear, I suppose, in the next hearing. May your order of may the order of contempt, should we not give him an opportunity to explain? Should we immediately proceed to arresting him? I'm just raising that question. I have no position, sir. Is it consistent with due process that he will be required to explain?
You and I are both lawyers. The subpoena has been served, and there have been lies perpetrated. Don't you think so? The persons there say, and that nobody by that name is there. There was a witness that came in. I hope that this Usaha was able to get an identification. I'm sure there will be CCTVs there, and the chair orders that if there is any CCTV, by the Forbes Association, that we get a copy of that CCTV to show that the subpoena was being served. And I gave instructions that we should have at least the service videotape, if that is important, if that has been done. And if that has been done, in addition to that, meron pa tayong contract na sinasabi siya ang titira doon. So talagang mukhang hindi talaga susunod. At having said that, I would like to say that the motion for contempt has been set and the chair has no objection to it. And the next step is to submit it to the Senate President so that he could sign this time no longer an invitation but a warrant of arrest to come over and represent himself to the Blue Ribbon Committee at its next hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Having said that, the Director General is instructed. I think the Senate President is here. Senate President. Yes, go ahead, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, very quickly. I understand from previous hearings and issuances of warrants of arrest that we did not cite him in contempt to issue a warrant of arrest. The fact that the two subpoenas have not been served or have been served but has not been complied with. I understand in previous hearings in previous Congresses that is already basis to move for the issuance of a warrant of arrest without having to cite the individual in contempt. I believe our legislative precedents will bear me out.
Is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman.
Remember, we had somebody in the case of, I think, of Jimmy. Can you help me out? Paule.
Paula, Your Honor.
That's right, and we brought him here to the Senate.
And therefore, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
And therefore, we can actually reconcile the points raised earlier by Senator Vilon that we issue the warrant because of the non-compliance with the subpoena, and when he faces us, assuming he does face us, we can actually reconcile the points raised earlier by Senator Vilon that we issue the warrant because of the and therefore have him, as he appears, explain why he should not be cited in contempt. I think that would be an option that the Blue Ribbon Committee can consider.
What would you have the chair do? You suggested that there have been 2 occasions when he has refused. There has been a motion formally stated by Senator Ontiveros, and all these questions, including Senator Poe, Senator Drilon, and Senator Lacson, is addressed to that rejection of the subpoena, and that it seems that he is in flight right now. We've been to his office. He's not there. So it would indicate that the gentleman concerned, and we have all the respect that should be issued to him, should be formally accorded an invited person to come. He's been given all the chances, and therefore we are already in the process of making sure na umabot ito sa kay Senate President Tito Soto, who will sign the orders.
Kulong na?
Would that be correct, Mr. Senate President?
Kulong na?
Absolutely. Correct.
Thank you. So
we'll defer to the ruling and the decision of the Senate President, Mr. Chairman, and the chairperson.
thank you. So the motion to cite for contempt, that is the parliamentary situation. It has already been approved. There are no objections. And as directed, the Director General should now send formally to the Senate President, and the process should start to make sure that a warrant of arrest is issued and that they will be asked to formally serve it, and to all law enforcement authorities that they be made aware that there is such a warrant of arrest issued by the Senate of the Republic of the Philippines, part of a co-equal branch of government. Thank you. Director General.
Yes, Your Honor, we will draft it now.
Yes. Director General Kimbo, you've been so ordered. Please proceed and continue. Let's make it a little faster.
Sir, the next item is the...
Let me cut to the chase because this is very important. we issued a subpoena duce secum, and I think an ad classificandum to customs authorities with regard to import duties that were supposed to, or importation by Farmally and by other corporations involved. Have we done that already?
Your Honor, we have sent. It was received by the Bureau of Customs September 6, Your Honor. Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yes, at 12:42 p.m.
And is
Kahapon.
there any return for that?
Only that it had been received, but the Bureau of Customs, at least until now, has not made a submission yet.
Well, let me push the envelope. Could you instruct some of our folks at the Blue Ribbon to follow up with the Customs Commissioner what their disposition of this subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, the Customs Commissioner is present, Your Honor.
Good. That would be Commissioner Guerrero, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Commissioner Guerrero, please, would you?
Yes,
may we
Mr.
respectfully
Chairman, yes,
request
Your Honors.
yes,
Director General, we confirm that we have received the notice. However, the notice that we received lacked specific details as to the information being required. May we just ask for the exact information or data required from the Bureau of Customs so that we could submit them as soon as possible.
Yes,
Director
if I
General?
may, Mr. Chair.
Director General, go ahead and reply, please. I will go to
Your
Senator Marcos
Honor.
immediately.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, the subpoena duces tecum reads. The authority of Section 17, etc., to email immediately to Blue Ribbon the following information. Number 1, documents relating to importation and proof of payment of importation duties on supplies of Farmally Pharmaceuticals Corporation and Suzhou Construction Machinery Group Import and Export Company Limited. Number 2, records of Farmally Pharmaceuticals Corporation total importation for year 2020. Number 3, name of the customs broker who facilitated the importations of Farmally Pharmaceuticals Corporation. And number 4, importation records of vaccines.
Mr. Chair.
Sounds simple and direct, Commissioner. What do you
Mr.
think
Chairman,
about-
yes, this is the first time that we have been informed of such subpoena duces tecum. The latest communication that we received from the Senate is dated September 5, inviting us to attend this meeting, sir.
According to our records, the subpoena duces tecum was sent to you yesterday, September 6.
Anyway, sir,
It was received at
just to
12:42
coordinate with
p.m.
the Director General to get the details so that we could provide it immediately, sir.
The details have been read to you. We will use the internet to make sure that your office has it right now.
Yes, sir.
We'll confirm that, and I'm sure you have records that you could send by way of the internet if that is possible. If not, we will get the hard copies as well.
Yes, Your Honor, we will comply, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You're a general in our armed forces. In the past, you were a chief of staff, and I know that you're a decent man and that you will comply with the lawful orders of the Senate. Thank you, sir. Senator Marcos?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to inform the committee that I sent a similar letter to the subpoena to the BOC urging that they supply the following information of compliance of the various companies under investigation, including the ITR for 3 years, the usual requisites for an import permit, the CPRs of the company, the proof of financial capacity, the bank certificates, the proof of lawful occupancy and office address, including warehouses, as we discussed earlier. And the certificates of registration issued by the AMO of the BOC, the Accreditation Management Office, as well as the reference of values on the imported goods. Kasi we can tie that immediately with the BIR, which unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, was similarly unresponsive. So I'm certain the General Jagger will supply the necessary information forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. May I respond?
Yes, Commissioner, go ahead, please.
Yes, we confirm that we received the communication from the office of Senator Amy Marcos, and we have already submitted our reply, sir. I will check who from the office of the senator received the reply. If not, we will resend it again, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Senator
I'm not
Marcos?
yet in receipt, but I will await your reply so that we can compare these requisites and their compliance with the BIR and other documents. Thank you very much.
All right. Will the gentle
Thank you,
lady
Mr. Chair.
from Ilocos, Slovakia, please send us a copy? Should she to make sure that you already received a copy? And that's good that you also wrote a letter. Go ahead, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, just a quick administrative matter on the matter of issuances of warrants of arrest. Can the chair also consider the issuance of warrants of arrest to the members of the board of Farmally who have been issued 2 subpoenas and have not appeared since these 2 subpoenas were issued? That would be Gargani, Twinkle, and the other Gargani, Mort, and the others who have already received 2 subpoenas, Mr. Chairman.
To do so, because I think we should really get them in here. And like I said, one of them, Mujib, I think is in Dubai, and we can even request the embassy there to the DFA, of course, to find out what he's doing there, and maybe he can come over right away back. And this should be Mohit Dargani, Twinkle Dargani, of course, Wang Suyan is here. Miss Crystal Grace Yu Mago, not served. It says not served. Justin Garado, not served at Fort Victoria. Mr. Lincoln Ong, Farmally Pharmaceutical, not served. Miss Iluminada A. Sebial, these are Filipinos, certified public accountant. I think Mrs. Iluminada Sebial is here. Is that correct, Director General?
Yes, Your Honor, she is.
Ms. Sebial, will you please sound off? Are you here? And raise your hand right away. And, as you raise your hand, I will consider that a motion. I would like to appreciate a second from any senator.
Yes, we second.
All right, it's been duly seconded, and that will again go the course of Michael Yang's warrant of arrest, and the Senate President is here, and I think he will do the same exact thing without me telling him what to do, because he knows better than I do. Thank you. Thank you very much, and I saw a thumbs up, and I saw a thumbs up there, and from the Senate President, that the record states that the thumbs up was made. So ordered, Director Kimbo.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, just for certainty, may be allowed to read the names? Read the names.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Mohit Dargani, who is abroad, Miss Twinkle Dargani, Justin Garado, Lincoln Ong, Crizel Grace Yu Mago. Those are the 1, 2, 3, 4. Five names, including Mr. Mohit Dargani, Your Honor.
All right. So ordered.
Yes, Your Honor. Will do.
And for the record, wasn't Twinkle, did Twinkle Dargani, I don't know her, did she refuse to accept the subpoena last time?
Sir, it's the same problem that the service was in
Victoria?
Was in Fort Victoria, a place that they had already left and ceased to occupy.
Consistent with the answer of Mr. Wang in Singapore. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Inconsistent, Your Honor.
Thank you. Inconsistent. That's correct. Go ahead. And are there any other things, any people that you've subpoenaed that have not appeared? Who have subpoenaed? As well as documents?
So far, we're okay, sir. So far, we've completed the enumeration, Your Honor.
Should issue a subpoena also to the BIR to send us a testificandum records of operations of this group, Farmally?
Yes, Your Honor. We sent a subpoena duces tecum addressed to the commissioner, asking him to submit to the committee number 1, income tax return and other tax records of Farmally Pharmaceuticals Corporation. Number 2, income tax return and other tax records of Suzhou Constructions Machinery Group Import and Export Company Limited. Number 3, tax clearance, registration, and other tax records or certificate of non-registration or similar document of Pharmaceuticals Corporation and Suzhou Constructions Machinery Group Import and Export Company Limited. Number 4, records of Pharmaceuticals Corporation on the following: A, summary list of importation, SLI; B, summary list of purchases, SLP; C, summary list of sales, SLS. This was received by the Bureau of Internal Revenue on September 06, Your Honor, 2021 at 3:04 in the afternoon.
The BIR here today?
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Yes, good morning. Yes, hail Caesar, BIR Commissioner. I'm just putting a little bit of humor here. Your name is Caesar. It's a very historic name. Go ahead, Commissioner. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We confirm receipt of the subpoena juices TECOM at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And if you allow us to time to collate these documents, earlier Senator Marcos wrote us asking for the same documents. And we have replied to her, I don't want to go legal on this. I want to cooperate with the committee. But I think you are well aware of our constraints under Section 270 of the Internal Revenue Code regarding the confidentiality of information. There are only 3 exceptions, and we can release that upon order of the President or upon a subpoena and request from the committee sitting on executive session. And third, of course, the representative of Pharmalis here, if they waive the right to this information. The last option would be easier for us. If they waive, then we can release the documents.
Well, we've been so informed by you, and we are aware of those provisions for matters of national interest and security. If my memory serves correct, national security would mean that the interest of the state, there are certain secrets that cannot be revealed, and executive session is a very delicate move by the Senate because as far as this representation is concerned, there should be transparency. And I am aware of the gentleman's from the BIR. I know of his good reputation. I just want to point out that these are matters that are part of the submissions made, especially by a new corporation who is going to apply for an import permit that, under the rules, should show that he has been practicing for 3 years. And apparently, we just want to know whether he has, in fact, because he just filed for certificate of incorporation in September of 2019. And this is very crucial to us. You will understand, para maintindihan tayo ng publiko. Nagtataka lang po ang senador na September 9, na 2019, nung mag-bidding po in about March or April, ay nakapasok ho sila na at apparently hindi naman makakapagdala kaagad dito yan ng mga ganyan na mga bagay-bagay na binibidding, and we want to be sure that that all the dots are placed and all the T's are crossed. Yun lang po. Kaya I may disagree with you peremptorily, but we will give you the proper respect that you so richly deserve. And I don't know why this has to reach the president, and I would not want the president embarrassed by this because it's so easy to say, i-release yan. Kaya ng presidente i-release yan sapagkat hindi naman po involving national security. And the more the public feels na merong ilag na ginagawa or iwas na ginagalaw, lalong mawawet ang appetite ng publiko, and I do not want to have that happen to our country. Yun lang po. So, the subpoena has been issued. You may reply to it in accordance with your processes. Maybe we can do that insofar as the issuances are sent to us. The issuance of the subpoena has been undertaken, and the documents can be, of course, under secrecy. We do not want to reveal the secrets as well as the personalities of the individual right away unless there is ground to do so, and we will follow the law. And perhaps, when you send it to us, please grant us the courtesy that we are people that we are not here to aggrandize ourselves here. We just want the truth.
Mr.
So,
Chairman,
yun lang
Mr.
po
Chairman,
gusto ko sabihin sa inyo.
Mr. Chairman,
Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tolentino, what is the pleasure of Senator Tolentino?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I just want to inform this body that I'm physically present here,
I can see you.
attentively
Loud and clear.
listening. I may want to,
Hear you loud and clear, rather.
Mr. Chairman, I may want to agree to the request of the good commissioner if he can provide this committee well-connected reasons that would invoke the national security proviso mentioned by the good chairman. Is there any compelling reason why an executive committee session should be conducted that would not impinge on the functions of the Bureau of Internal Revenue? Siguro, Mr. Chair, pwedeng pakinggan natin kung ano yung dahilan without necessarily exposing the importance of the documents or revelations that may be made by the good commissioner. Just one reconsideration for this, Mr. Chairman, if we can allow Commissioner Dulay to explain why there is a compelling reason to go into an executive session. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me reply to that quickly. The chair will be liberal with your question because we have a lot of things to cover, and I'd like to have the answer from the BIR in connection with the observations of Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just quoting the provision of Section 270. With due respect, I do not see any issue on national security because the provision simply says that any officer or employee of the Bureau of Internal Revenue who divulges to any person or makes known in any other manner than may be provided by law information regarding the business, the income, or state of any taxpayer, the secrets, operation, style, or work, or apparatus of any manufacturer or producer, etc. Your Honor. I don't want to. I want to disabuse the mind of the committee that the BIR is not prone to submit all these documents. I just want to follow it. But as a last statement, maybe the chair, Mr. Chair, since the representative of Farmali is here, maybe we can ask them if they're willing to waive this provision and agree for the BIR to submit all these documents.
Because we still have to confirm that he can do so under oath. But what is the pleasure of the committee? By the way, Commissioner Dulay, I would appreciate if you'd address the chair as Mr. Chairman. I still am a human being. I'm not a chair. I'm not made of wood. I don't have a wooden heart. Thank you. That is just a request. I'm glad that you're
corrected, Mr. Chairman. I stand corrected.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Not a big thing, but I mean, yes, go ahead. I saw Senator Pimentel raise his hand, Senator Pangilinan, and then Senator Marcos. Go ahead, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Well, I have some concerns about the BIR asserting that they are not allowed to divulge such information or data. And the provision cited refers to a provision, or I'd like to believe, a business that is conducting its businesses appropriately and and in compliance with the respective, corporate and tax obligations, revenue, tax liabilities, etc. But this is a different case. I beg to disagree. We are not operating. We are not looking into a company per se, but a company that is now being dragged into a billions of pesos worth of possible corruption. And so I just want that on record, Mr. Chairman. And of course, we have a dilemma here. If we ask the chairman and he refuses, then our hands are tied. I mean, not necessarily, but our hands could be tied, and therefore we go by the argument being raised by the BIR commissioner that he is constrained by the law or their regulations not to release the information without the consent. Which, to my mind, yes, it may be simpler, but if we go that route and the chairman refuses, then we're back to square one, Mr. Chairman.
Question, Mr. Chairman?
Precisely why I did not ask him directly. I don't want him to have an out. Go ahead, Senator President.
Yes. With the statement of the BIR, yung number 2 nila, what does he mean when he says subpoena duces tecum in executive session by the committee? Does it mean that if we call ourselves into an executive session and ask for these documents, you will be giving it? Or our subpoena duces tecum stands and you can submit it to us, but we consider it submitted in executive session? Which is which?
Commissioner Dulay?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My own interpretation of the law is that we are supposed to keep confidential the records of any taxpayer, so that if we submit the documents and it will be considered by the Committee on Executive Session, then they are protected. It is not public like what we're doing now. So my reply, Mr. Chairman, is that we can submit the documents and the committee can consider the documents in executive session. Right?
I think that's facilitate the matter, Mr. Chairman. Tanggapin natin, and then we can consider it in executive session at saka natin basahin.
Well, that sounds like a very good compromise, but I have a statement to make, but let me hear Senator De Leon first.
Well, yes, the Senate President is correct. What the Senate President stated is the law, and what Commissioner Dulay said is the law. And therefore, Commissioner Dulay submits to us the document. We will consider it an executive session. So that's the law. We have no choice now. Of course, the issue is when we go into executive session and we consider the documents, there are certain rules in the executive session. So we leave it at that. Let us have the documents as suggested by the Senate President. Let's consider it in executive session as required by the law, and from there we can make decisions on other points. So just to cut short with due respect to the chairman, let Commissioner Dulay submit that as suggested by the Senate President, and we can proceed on the other points.
My comments are simple. I like what the Senate President said, and I'm willing to do that. But I also would like to have my 2 cents worth, if I may. This is a matter of vital interest. These are documents that are supposed to be public. When somebody applies to get an import permit, he must submit all these documents to the BIR, especially in the case of Farmali, that is a prima para or first-time importer of a tremendous proportions. 8.7 billion pesos to be exact. And I would not want the committee to be accused na nagtatago tayo ng dokumento rito or ayaw nating makita. Kung nakapag-submit sa dati at bakit tayo dadaanan? Why do we have to jump through hoops to get it? But I will leave it at that. That is my comment, and I do not want the president of Farmali to comment. I do not want to be caught in a bind later on. But okay, we will follow what the Senate President, in his wisdom, suggests. That's a good point that we can get the documents, and will the gentleman from the BIR, Commissioner Dulay, please comply, and we will take it up and executive session as suggested, and we will decide what to do when we get there. Thank you very much.
Right.
Secretary, Commissioner Dulay, would you comply, please?
Yes, of course, Mr. Chairman. We'll just request for a few days to compile all these documents that are needed.
The chair will give you until the chair was hoping that we could do a hearing right away on Thursday, but we will do it right away. We will want to do it at the earliest by Thursday, if that is possible. It's now Tuesday. You have 2 days. I think I'm sure you're computerized already, and I'm sure the information can be undertaken. No more than Friday, because we would like to finish this scenario, and we can have a hearing on Friday if you are not able to do so. But preferably, as a favor, would you like to give it to us by Thursday? Yes. So the chair instructs that. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Dulay. I did not. You made that statement, Commissioner Dulay?
No, Mr. Chairman, I just said that we'll comply with
Thank you, sir.
the order.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, Senator Pagdinig.
Yes, just very quickly, we likewise associate ourselves with the manifestation earlier made by the Senate President and the Minority Leader and the Chairman of the committee. But I'd like to place on record that the competing interests here would be the privacy issues of the corporation, Farmali, and of course public interest and the right of the public to know whether or not a huge corporation like Farmali was involved in billions of pesos worth of overprice. And therefore, we do have our rules on executive session, but we also have our rules, Mr. President, that we may decide as a Senate as to what information may be made public or not. I think that can be debated in plenary. But in the meantime, we will accede to the earlier manifestations of the chair and the chairman, the minority leader, and the Senate President.
Like I said, I only agreed so that we can move on. In reality, napakalaki nitong nangyari. Napaka-kahindik-hindik ang mga lumalabas na facts ngayon na talagang isang korporasyon na batang-bata pa nakakuha ng permit kagad within wala pang 3 taon na nire-require para makakuha ka ng import permit. Tinaaral yan maigi, pero nakakuha sila, at gusto ko rin malaman kung paano nilabas yan. Kaya gusto ko malaman kung yan ay dapat malaman ng publiko kung ano yan. Because nang lumalabas yan, some are more equal than others. But that having been decided, we shall continue with that. Director General, Senator Amy, did you want to make a comment? Go ahead. I
just wanted to share in the opinion of my chairman, as well as the Senate President, the Minority Leader, and my other colleagues, that the submissions of the BIR are essential and pivotal. In this case, where price gouging has actually been charged. I also confirm, as the commissioner said, Commissioner Dulay, that I sent a letter to them, and until today have not received the answer referred to. I'm assuming that it will make similar reference to Section 270. But nevertheless, since overpricing is critical in this case, we would like to know about the undervaluing, the usual undervaluing of product, the profit margins, the output VAT, the gross income, and so on and so forth. And certainly, as the members of the Senate have said, these are pivotal in a case of overpricing and price gouging. Thank you.
Senator Amy and Chair commends your aggressiveness notes your aggressiveness in trying to get this information, as any senator in this Senate has been trying to do so. Yes, Commissioner Dulay, let us be quick because we have to allot.
Yes, sir. I would just like to address briefly that the following day, from the letter of Senator Marcos, I sent out a letter. I just checked out yesterday because she followed up by email. And this was released September 1. But let me check that again and make sure that she receives my reply. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Let's proceed. Director General, please proceed post-haste on the rest of the report on the subpoenas, etc.
Sir, we have finished reading all the subpoena issued, and I think the next is to administer the oath to those who are here for the first time, Your Honor.
Proceed. Will all those who are taking their oaths here, please stand up, and we will take a photograph, and you cannot speak unless you're under oath. Mr. General, go ahead and take control of the proceedings of the oath taking.
Yes, Your Honor. For those who are here for the first time, raise your right
Appreciate
hand.
it very much if we could cite them. I think the following people have stood up, and I would like this on the record. From EMS, Luis Lizano.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Dulay, will you affirm that what you've stated here will be heard by your vote right now? Commissioner Dulay? Commissioner Dulay? What you have previously stated here shall form part of your affirmation.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do affirm it.
Sure, thank you. And the others, pardon me, I have to take a look at your name, Mr. Lizano and Girish Citaldes of New Life. What about the other gentleman? Blue Cross. Is that Mr. Amy Cham? Please reply. Mr. Amy Cham, is that you? One with the glasses and the vest?
Apo.
That's you. You're a lady, right? Amy? Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Apo, sir.
Salamat po. Thank you. Sino pa po? Pakitaas lang po ang kamay. Anderson Lowe. Undersecretary Anderson Lowe. And who else is there? Paulo Teston. I'm mistaken, you're from the office of
Parang si Bergeri nandiyan
Where
ata.
are you connected now, Mr. Paulo Teston?
Si Bergeri, oh.
I'm connected, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, in law firm in Taguig, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
A law firm. You don't want to mention your law firm?
The law firm is M&N Associates, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
MM Associates. Okay, right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commissioner Guerrero, are you raising your hand? Again, I raise the question, same question to you, that you're affirming what you previously stated under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And who else is there?
Mr.
Brico Merlin? Yes. Go ahead. And who else? Mr. Techico? Benny Techico? Yes. Who else? Quickly, please. Augusto Ilagan? Special Division?
Yes, Your Honor.
Rudy, can you see them as I cannot see them here very well. Can you just go ahead and say who they are? Emmanuel Artiza. And who else? Emmanuel Barcelon. Have you taken your oath before? Emmanuel Barcelon.
Mr. Ariel Valencia, Your Honor.
Yes. All right. And who else?
Mr. Ferrer, Ferdinand Ferrer.
Terry Ferrer, is that you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Ferdinand Ferrer. All right. And
Your Honor, Mr. Warren Rex Leong.
Warren Leong? Where is Warren Leong?
Here, Your Honor. Here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I can see you now. Thank you. Thank you very much, Director Leong. Go ahead. Who else?
From the SEC, Your Honor, Attorney Del Rosario.
SEC, Attorney Del Rosario? Where is Attorney Del Rosario?
Yes, sir. It's here.
Attorney Artiza.
Okay. Gerardo Del Rosario? Yes.
Your Honor. Yes, sir.
And Attorney Emmanuel Artiza, Your Honor.
I'm here, yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Rudy. Kimbo, you're in charge. Go ahead.
GPPB, Ms. Rowena Candince Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz, are you there? Rowena?
Mr. Chair,
Ruiz, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, good morning.
Please identify yourself.
Mr. Chairman, good morning. This is Executive Director Rowena Candice Ruiz of the GPPB Technical Support Office.
All right. Go ahead.
From PhilJeps, Ms. Rosa Maria Clemente.
Ms. Clemente?
Chair, good morning. I'm Rosa Maria Clemente from the Procurement Service PhilJeps.
Thank you, Rosa Maria Clemente. Thank you.
From the Philippine Association of Service Exporters, Ms. Raquel Bracero, President.
Please sound off. Ms. Bracero? Ms. Bracero, are you there?
Oh.
We cannot be too careful. I don't want to be accused that we already made some mistakes here that statements have been made that I have to be reaffirmed. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm present, sir. Raquel Bracero from Pasay.
Raquel Bracero?
From Pasay. Yeah, Philippine Association of Service Exporters.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Bracero. Go ahead.
Okay.
Rudy?
From Cosmic Technologies Incorporated, Mr. Maynard Ngu, President, CEO.
Maynard Ngu?
Present.
Okay, I can see you. Yeah, go ahead.
From the EMS companies, Maria Teresa Veronica Adriano, Emmanuel Barcelon,
Mr. Barcelon, I saw you earlier.
Raymond Barcelon,
Raymond Barcelon, are you there? Mr. Raymond Barcelon. He does not answer. Put it on record that he has not answered.
Yes, Your Honor.
Be careful, we might order a contempt if you do not answer right away.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because it's important that we know who you are and you're here. Mr. Barcelon, last call. Go ahead. Mark him absent.
Trinidad Binwa.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I am here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. From EMS. Go ahead.
Sir, I can see Mr. Barcelon right now, but I don't know why he's responding.
Maybe he has to unmute.
Our server says he has low bandwidth.
Jose Vicente Barcelon, is that it?
Raymond Barcelon.
Raymond Barcelon. Can you raise your hand, please, Mr. Raymond Barcelon? Can you put...
Mr. Chairman, I'm here. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Sasha.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm having a problem with the internet. I'm very sorry about that.
Yeah. So are the kids up in Mindanao that they don't have internet sometimes and they cannot study well. So you're not alone. Go ahead.
Mr. Ferdinand Ferrer and Mr. Fernando Ferrer.
I saw Ferdinand Ferrer earlier. That's Perry, I suppose.
Yes, I am here.
And Don Fernando Ferrer?
Fernando Ferrer here. Your Honor.
You look like brothers. Are you your father and son, right?
Brothers, sir.
Oh, brothers. Okay. I was right. Thank you. All right.
Vicente Jimenez.
I saw Mr. Jimenez earlier.
Present, Your Honor.
Yes,
Luis Lizano.
I'm sorry.
Present, Your Honor.
I have to make sure that you're all properly administered. Go ahead.
Quincel Segunyal.
Present, Your Honor.
I saw her earlier. Go ahead.
Melva Valdez.
Present, Your Honor.
Take a glass of water. You're losing your voice. Go ahead. Thank you.
Norberto Vieira.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
From Health Wellness Lifestyle, Mr. Randolph Nazal.
Present, Your Honor.
Mr. Abrigo Merin.
Present, Your Honor.
Mr. Walfrido Francisco Sun.
Present, Your Honor.
Miss Maria Teresa Sheila Nazal. Maria Teresa Sheila Nazal.
Maria Teresa Nazal. Maria Teresa Nazal, are you there?
Wait.
Okay, mark her absent. Go ahead.
From New Life Pharmaceutical, Mr. Girish Sitaldas.
Mr. Girish.
Girish Sitaldas.
Girish.
Present, Your Honor.
Hello, Girish, how are you? Thank you.
Yes.
I know Ram, I think. Go ahead.
Mhm.
Taldas, is that it?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Rudy.
Formerly pharmaceuticals, Mr. Wang Su Yen and Ms. Ilimonada Sebial.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
We also have Attorney Maylene Villanueva, VP for Legal Affairs representing Philippine Pharma Wealth.
I'm here,
Attorney
Mr.
Villanueva? Yes, thank you.
From Philippine Blue Cross, Benito Techico, Stephen Techico, Wilson Techico, and Ami
I'd like to see the Techicos raise their hands, please. All right. Ami Techico pala yun, si Ami. Maiden name mo, Ami, no? Techico. And who else? Benito, Ami, and who else?
Benito, Stephen.
Steven? Steven Techico?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Amiya.
Sayang naman eh. Andiyan na kayo. Raise na yung hand nyo para makita kayo ng mga kamag-anak nyo.
Wilson Techico.
Wilson Techico. Present. Wilson, magpakita ka. Baka maubisto ka ng asawa mo. Kunwari, nandito ka pero wala ka. Go ahead.
Stephanie.
I don't know you. I'm just fooling around here now because I want everybody to know that we have to get your here. Go ahead.
Stephanie Techico C.
Stephanie Techico C. I cannot see you, Stephanie. Stephanie, are you there? Sound up.
I'm here.
Where are you?
I'm here.
There you go, Stephanie. Thank you.
Dami naman kasing resource person na to.
Next.
Miss Christine Marisuntay, former director, PSDBM.
Maubos na.
here po.
Maubos na itong oras nila katawag-tawag.
Raise your hand because I can't see.
Isang oras na,
Hindi
mahigit.
lumalabas dito sa akin,
Pero hindi pa nagsimula yung...
Suntay?
I'm here po.
I know you were there, but I can't see you. But anyway, let the record say that there's a voice coming out of the wilderness. Go ahead.
Attorney Samuel Dagpin.
You're being photographed. Go ahead.
Attorney Samuel Dagpin, Chairman, Governance Commission for GOCCs.
Go ahead, Samuel. I would appreciate it very much when you hear your name. Lagyan nyo na yung finger nyo doon sa unmute para makapagsalita kayo. Samuel, are you there? Samuel? Dagpin? Okay, let the record say that he does not respond. Go ahead.
Si Bergeri, wala pa nga
Your Honor, he can be seen but he's on mute.
Oh. All right, say that for the record. Go ahead.
Dr. Gerardo Legaspi, PGH.
Let's go, Gap Legaspi of PGH. Go ahead. I saw him earlier. Go ahead.
Naubos yung oras, hindi na pinatayo lahat eh.
Mr. Raymond Abrea,
Saka kinuha yung
President
pangalan.
and CEO, Asian Consulting Group.
Present, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Thank you. Somebody, please unmute. I can hear your conversation. There are ambient sounds coming from you. Go ahead. Next. Who else?
The last, Your Honor, is Attorney Paulo Teston.
Ba't pala si Bergeri na wala?
You already called him. Paulo Texon, di ba?
Teston.
That's
Tango
lawyer, right?
Ecosera.
From
Itong
M&M,
itong
Formerly
bida
with
vaccination, parang nakita ko si Doki kanina doon eh. Ito si Bergeri, sa gilid.
FDA, Your Honor.
You're the gentleman with Miss Puno, right? At that meeting in Davao. Okay, thank you. I saw you earlier. All right, raise your right hands and follow the
Mag-out na sila.
Gentleman who's going to make a joke about Rudy. I will not. Go ahead, Rudy.
Do you swear or affirm? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Yes,
We'll
Your
take
Honor.
pictures of this. Don't put your hands down yet.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
I do.
Yes, 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 I do.
Si Bergeri yung wala.
Yes, I do.
Taking photographs, Mr. Timbo.
Your Honor, photographs are being taken page by page.
Please raise your hand so we can see you in the photograph.
Bakit ang layo ko?
Will somebody unmute please because we can hear you. Mute pala, mute nyo. Are we done, Rudy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Please bring your hands down, and we'll now proceed finally. This will be our fourth hearing, and I'd like to thank you all for coming.
Fourth hearing na to?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator
Yes,
Lacson.
this is, very quickly, Mr. Chairman. This is regarding the person of Wang Chuyen.
Yes.
I understand he's attending this hearing virtually from his home in Singapore, but he did not state, for the record, his address in Singapore, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I was leaving that to the embassy because I don't even know if that's Wang Chuyen. For all you know, it might be somebody else. But
yes, just for the record, maybe find out from him where he is at.
Wang Chuyen, please. I asked him that question, but I kind of mumbled the address. Please state it slowly, not without the law. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What is your
I'm
address?
currently at 23 Marina Way, unit number 30-34, Singapore,
Slow down, please.
018.
What is the first? Was that the number you said the first time before Marina Way?
23 Marina Way.
23.
Yes, correct.
First son, 23.
Yes, 23 Marina Way.
Marina Way. And continue.
Unit number 30-34.
Unit number
30-34.
30-34.
30. Yes.
All right.
Singapore zip code 018-979.
018-979.
979. Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 31 years old this year, Mr. Chairman.
31 years old. And your father is where right now?
I do not know where the whereabouts of my father.
And just for the record, you do have a warrant of arrest from Taiwan. Is that correct?
I only received news of this supposed warrant arrest from my online searches. I've contacted the authorities with understanding of this since June. I've not received a reply as of today.
All right. The Director General has already contacted the DFA?
So we're drafting the letter and we're sending it today, sir. Shortly. We're sending it shortly.
If we call, have someone in my staff that was belong to the former DFA, will the gentleman concerned please try to call your connections at DFA to see whether our request is proper? And please inform us later on.
Mr. Chairman.
In the service of our...
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Attorney Risa Ontiveros, Senator Ontiveros, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman, it really invites incredulity, the statement just made by Mr. Wang Chuyen that he is not aware of the warrant of arrest in relation to stock manipulation because, Mr. Chairman, it has been posted on the website of the Ministry of Justice Investigation Bureau of Taiwan since December 2020. For the record, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And he's trying to find out. Is that correct, Mr. Wang?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm only made aware of this website.
When were you made aware of this, to be precise?
In March 2021.
You were aware of it since March?
Yes, and I've been waiting for the formal subpoena to be issued to me in relation to this, and I have not received any.
And you didn't think it appropriate to have somebody contact the Taiwanese government?
Yes, I did. I've employed Drew and Napier LLC of Singapore to contact the Taiwanese authorities, and as of today, I have not received any replies from the Taiwanese authorities.
And you're not aware of the whereabouts of your father?
I do not know where my father is since.
Why is that?
We have been estranged since early 2020.
You've not seen him since early 2020?
I've been estranged from him since early 2020. I have not seen him.
I'm very concerned about the safety of your father. Don't you think you should be worried?
I'm worried, but
It's a warrant of arrest?
But he's
for
disappeared.
Manipulation in Taiwan? I mean, angry people will be angry. People will be angry because they lost their money. So you should know where your father is. Anyway, just as say, I'm not going to argue with you about that. I'm just stating something that that I think is capable of being what is expected of a human being. All right. With the permission of the body, I'd like to proceed so we can go very fast. The chair again would like to thank everyone, and this is our fourth hearing. Kaapat na pong hearing ito. And what is shocking is that there seems to be planned plunder so far. That is what we're looking at. Planned plunder. Hindi nyo masisisi ito sapagkat mukhang pag pinagdikit-dikit ko yung all the dots, as I've said previously, mukhang lumalabas na hanggang sa bandang huli, and I may be unfair here. I hope I'm not being unfair. Hanggang sa huli, meron na kayong mga tao sa mga government authorities that may investigate. And however, I cannot say that cannot escape the notice of this representation. There are commonalities that I've already stated before. You're all from Ateneo de Davao, the 3 L's. I'm glad Mr. Anderson Law is here. He can reply to it later on. Mr. Lau, is Yusek Lau here, by the way? Former Yusek Lau, are you here? Director General, is Yusek Lau here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am present, Mr. Chairman.
All right. And let me just ask you, where exactly are you right now?
At home, Mr. Chairman, Davao City.
Home is many places. You have a home in Tagaytay. I asked you about that. It says you belong to your father. You have a home in Green Hills in a condominium, right?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm in Davao City. My house is Davao City.
No, you didn't answer my question. You have a home. That's why I asked you where exactly you are. You are in exactly what number is your home there?
I only have one house. My house is in Davao City. I only have one home.
Here we go. This is my problem with you. Why are you evasive? I asked you last time and you didn't even know who you're leasing your condominium from. Do you know now whose condominium you were leasing last time?
I have it already, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me?
I already have it, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you already have it?
Yes,
congratulations.
Mr. Chairman. It is with Miss Rebecca Garcia, Mr. Chairman.
Rebecca Garcia? Becca Garcia, you say?
Rebecca Garcia.
Rebecca.
And
what is the address there in that condominium?
Again, Mr. Chairman?
What is the address in that condominium?
Goldland, Mr. Chairman. Goldland Plaza.
Goldland
Plaza.
Or Goldland?
Goldland Plaza po.
Gintong lupa.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And the exact address in Green Hills?
Annapolis Street.
Kadaming bahay pala to.
Annapolis?
Annapolis Street.
Annapolis Street. You have a number? Try not to be evasive. You're a lawyer and a professor at that, yes, you claim. Anong number?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not being evasive. I'm
memorizing. Answered. When you're asking an address, you will say, my number is...
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm memorizing.
No, answer the question, please.
I only leased the property last year. So I'm memorizing it because I used to live in Pasig. So I'm just memorizing it. I'm not from Manila, Mr. Chairman. So please give me time.
It's not a crime if you're not from Manila. I'm just asking a simple question. I will not argue with you. Let the record state that the chairman has asked him for the exact number, and the first time the chairman asked him, he said he didn't know who he was leasing to, and now he doesn't even want to say what number. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to ask you any more questions right now. Allow me to proceed. So there seems to be a planned plunder of 42 billion. The question of Senator Drilon to Secretary Duque was why he transferred it. There was an answer. And again, what has happened since then has been, continuous effort at making sure that we have a situation where there were purchases of face masks, face shields, and PPEs that did not seem to follow the rules, the proper protocols, and to safeguard the interests of the people and of this country. So far, that is what we're seeing. We could be wrong or we could be right. The purchase of the said medical equipment or paraphernalia were transacted with a small and dubious company na ngayon ni hindi alam nung kanyang anak na si Juan, yung kanyang lugar, kung saan ang tatay niya, na kung saan ito ay may address na sinasabi walang tao doon. Narinig nyo na sabi nila, walang tao doon. Hindi makita yung mga tao doon sa Victoria Court. At merong kasama sila na si Michael Yang na sinasabi wala doon. At ang sinasabi ay hindi na raw nakatira doon pero may nakita ang usaa na dinala doon yung suplina at sinabi hinahanap yung si Nancy Yang at dinala doon ng isang insurance company. So talagang hindi kayo masisisi kung ang committee ay talagang nagtataas ng tumataas ang kanilang doubts dito sa mga umaharap dito sa atin. And the company, to be exact, Farmally, is owned by foreigners na it would appear may mga kaso sa Taiwan at serious cases amounting to $50 million ng stock manipulation. Hindi maikakailayan sapagkat hindi ko maintindihan kung talagang tutuusin. Tinatawagan ko lahat ang nanonood na nakikinig. Pindutin nyo yung button ng computer nyo, ilagay nyo yung Farmally, lalabas doon yung kanilang kaso sa Taiwan. At makikita nyo kaagad doon. So talaga may duda na napakalaki dito sa lumalabas. Especially, ang halaga ng purchase price itong mga binili, ng mga face mask, at yan malalaman natin kaagad ngayon, ay talagang super taas at more than double ng mga presyo ng ibang mga nagbibid. And ang masasabi ko lang, kung talagang nangyari yan, at sinasabi ko dito na dapat yan ay pwede sanang napakinabangan ng mga nag-aaklas ngayon, ng mga nurses, ng mga healthcare workers na nahihirapan na hindi mabigyan at mabayaran ng SRA, kahit na sinabihan na ng COA na dapat isali sila sa pagkatagbago na ang situation dito sa Delta variant na kapag ikaw nasa hospital, you are in a hazardous situation. Ang binibigay lang dati ay nasa COVID ward. Pero nung nakaraang hearing, especially the first hearing, lumabas na ganun. And fairness to Secretary Duque, sabi niya hanapan ng pera at lumalabas, medyo nakakuha sila ng pera ng 881 million pesos dito sa DBM at 888.12 million pesos sa DBM. At in the meantime, ang inyong abang lingkod at si Senator Angara ay nag-file ng bill na talagang isali na sapagkat may duda at may na sinasabi ni Secretary Duque kahit na sinasabihan ko na siya na mag-take ng risk because papayagan naman siya ng COA apparently ay yun ay para lang may cover si Secretary Duque. And I appeal to our colleagues to put a little bit of urgency dito sa final na bill namin ni Senator Angara para yung mga tao natin ay hindi mawala, lalo na ngayon tumataas ang COVID at dumadami. At kung iiwanan tayo mga nurses, kung lalabas sila, ay talagang nasa bingid tayo ng alanganin ang ating mga kababayan na papasok dyan. Kailangan mabayaran yung mga, and in fairness to this representation, nang ako'y nag-umpisa, yan ang una kong sinabi sa committee na unahin natin muna yung mga healthcare workers natin. Marami na nangyari pagkatapos lang. Ang nakakalungkot po dito ay nagkakaroon ng ibang mga issue na nire-raise at hindi ko nasasagutin dyan sapagkat there is a proper time for it. Gusto ko lang malaman ng mga kababayan natin at lahat ng mga senador ay foursquare na sinasabi natin, ito muna ang tupagin natin, huwag natin ibahin ang topic sapagkat ang pinaglalabanan dito ay hindi between the parties concerned, yung mga na pagbibintangan dito o nasasabi mga pangalan nila o ng ating Pangulo. Hindi po yun ang laban. Ang laban dito ay bakit masyadong garapal ang pagtaas ng presyo at dahil dyan nahihirapan ang mga kababayan natin, yung mga tao ay hindi nababayaran nga, katulad ng sinabi natin, at yung mga tao natin ay nagugutom dahil hindi makapagtrabaho, yung iba nakakasakit and are dying, walang ayuda, kulang ang ayuda at marami pang iba. I have to say that. I'm not grandstanding. And nakakalungkot lang na ulitin ko lang yung sinasabi natin, ako ay nag-hearing dito, motu proprio, at nalulungkot ako na ang ating mismong Pangulo, galing yung hearing na ginawa natin, galing sa Commission on Audit, at ayoko narinig sino mang Pangulo na huwag makinig ang tao sa COA, sapagkat dapat pakinggan ng COA. Ako rin na-COA na. Matagal na rin ako nagsilbi sa gobyerno, na-COA na ako, pero hindi ko sasabihin huwag makinig sa COA. Sinasagot natin lahat yung sinasabi sa COA. Hindi naman nangagulugan na guilty kayo kaagad. Sagutin nyo lang. Kayo, Undersecretary Lau at ang inyong mga kasama, sagutin nyo yung mga tinatanong ng COA. Hindi ko pinagtatanggol ng COA, kaya nilang pagtanggol nila sa sarili nila sapagkat yan ay nasa konstitusyon natin. At ganoon rin ang pagyuyurak sa Senado na sinasabi tayo yung mga nag-grandstanding. Hindi ko naman matiis na hindi sagutin. Kaya sinagot ko, harap-harapan sa hearing, sinabi ko, ang Senado ay co-equal branch at hindi pwedeng pagsabihan na tumigil at ang Senado ay merong kapangyarihan na magkaroon ng tinatawag nating legislative oversight, lalo na ang Blue Ribbon. Kaya iniimbestiga natin yan at huwag naman pong sasabihin sapagkat nakakatakot yung sinasabi ng mga kinaukulan na huwag makinig at sinasabihin pa ang mga military, wala pa naman tayo pinapatawag ng military dito na huwag susunod at huwag sumunod sapagkat yan ay nakalagay sa ating batas na almost talagang yan ay inciting to sedition. Huwag sundin ang mga lawful authorities at yan ay nagdi-disturb ng legislative proceedings na dapat irespeto at to be very sure ay sinasabi dyan na dapat huwag pakikilaman yung ginagawa ng isang legislative authority na nakalagay dyan ay hindi dapat sinasabihan ng tao. At ito ay paglabag sa oath of office nating lahat. At makikita natin dyan na talagang ang pangasinumpuan natin lahat ay talagang lalo na ang Pangulo, he must execute its laws, do justice to every man, preserve and defend the Constitution, execute its laws, do justice to every man, and consecrate himself to the service of the nation. Yan ang sinasabi po niya. Ngayon, nandito na po tayo ngayon sa sitwasyon na talagang pag pinag-aralan po natin ito ay talagang mahirap itago na talagang lumalabas may mga evasion ng mga sasagot at ito ay nagigimbal ang buong mamayang Pilipino na hinahanap natin accountability o pananagutan at saka ang transparency ng ating gobyerno na isang unit ng DBM, PS. Hindi siya nanagot doon sa Secretary of DBM na nalagay yung mga tao dyan na talagang bilyong piso ang nauubos at hindi natin namamalayan. At ngayon ay hindi na ako magpapahaba. Tutuloy na po tayo kaagad sapagkat binigyan ko lang po ng overview yung ating pinag-uusapan para ito ay malaman ng ating bansa para tayo ay hindi tayo tumitigil. Ngayon po ay
Mr. Chairman.
yes, let me just continue please, Senator Hontiveros. I would now like
Yes,
to
Mr.
call,
Chairman, just a brief opening statement also, if the chairman would
if you don't mind, Senator Hontiveros, allow me to get to the chase because you've allowed a lot of people here. And you'll get your chance. As you know, we already have called everybody. And as soon as I do not want to tarry a little anymore, I would like, with the permission of everybody, to call the Mr. Ferdinand Ferrer and Fernando Ferrer of EMS. Because pag tinignan nyo yung report dito, hindi lang yung mga sobra ang pagsisingil. Pero makikita nyo, nag-supply ang kumpanya ng EMS, kung umaabot, kung pwedeng pakita lang dito, ng 100 million na supply na ang presyo ay 13 pesos and 50 centavos kung di ko nagkakamali. At kung ikukumpara yan, ito makikita natin, kung pwedeng pakita, kung kukumpara nyo sa iba, New Life Pharmaceutical, 16 pesos at 50,000 quantities. Pharmaly Pharmaceutical, 22.50 on 16 April. Cosmic Technologies, 22 pesos and 50 centavos at 300,000. Philippine Pharma Wealth Incorporated, 27.49, 100,000. Pharmaly Pharmaceutical Corporation, 27.72, 500,000 quantities. At Pharmaceutical Corporation na naman na 10,000. Ito ay bukod doon sa nakuha nilang 8.7 billion kasama na dyan. Pero ang EMS components, nagtataka kami nakapagbenta ng 1350 na 100 million at ang Health Wellness Lifestyle Incorporated ay 1750 at 600,000. Ito ay nung May 20, yung Health Wellness, yung EMS April 27. Hindi nagkakalayo ng isang linggo halos ito mga ito. Kaya tinatawag po natin si Mr. Perry Ferrer na marap at kung pwede matanong po ng chairman, mabilis lang po. Mr. Ferrer, are you there already?
Good morning, Your Honor, Chairman Senator Gordon. Yes, I am here. Perry Ferrer.
Your name is Ferdinand Ferrer, and you are with a very reputable company in the Philippines that has been supplying these products for how long?
Your Honor, we have only started producing medical grade face masks in 2020.
2020?
Yes.
At kayo pumasok dyan? Bakit?
In 2020, we were requested, several companies were requested by our Department of Trade and Industry, or the DTI, if local companies can repurpose their factories in order to augment the supply of medical products, PPEs, and medical grade face masks.
Alright. At nakapag-supply ba kayo? Nanalo po kayo, hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. We were awarded April 27. April 27.
Computer may market.
The signal is can the technical people fix the signal because it's a very, very important testimony. Can you come closer to the microphone, please, Mr. Ferrer?
No.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor, Chairman. We were, our company, EMS Components, was awarded April 27th, 2020, at the unit price of 13 pesos 50 centavos for 100 million medical grade face mask. But Your Honor, I just wanted to clarify earlier, the document that was shown at the screen earlier, 100 million at 13 pesos 50 centavos. Yes, that is true, but we were only able to ship 25% or 25.8 million of that 100 million contract at 1350.
In fact, after the firm was ready to ship out its first batch of surgical masks, pag nung ready na kayo, on June 1,
yes.
Ano nangyari?
Yes, Senator. Per contract with the DBMPS, our shipments would have started in June at 8.5 million per month.
8.5 million per month. Nangyari po ba yan?
That's correct. Not entirely, Your Honor. We were able to ship only 5.3 million in June, and the balance was delayed.
Bakit hindi kayo pinayagan mag-ship? Pinayagan ba kayo o hindi kayo pinayagan?
We were not allowed because every time we ship, we need to get a request for delivery from DBMPS. So as our finished goods or stocks were available to ship, like what I mentioned, we were able to ship in June 5.2 or 5.3 million, and the rest was we were not given authority to ship and was delayed.
Ano raw ang rason kung bakit ayaw kayo pag-deliverin?
Inventory.
Yan dito, gusto mo?
Hindi na. Kailangan.
Director General, your microphone is on, and you're disturbing the proceedings.
No, Your Honor, it's not mine, Your Honor.
Okay. No, there were reasons that were given to us that the warehouse had enough inventory.
Sobra-sobra na. ang inventory na or enough lang?
They had enough inventory.
And were you able eventually to fulfill it? Did you try other dates na magpapadala kayo?
Yes, we would request DBM warehouse. Our logistics team would request DBM warehouse if we could continue shipping. So eventually, like I mentioned earlier, we were only able to ship 25.8 million at 1350, and that only lasted until November 2020.
So halos 6 na buwan bago kayo napayagan na nakapag-ship lang nung ilang percent? 25%.
That's correct, Your Honor. We were able to ship 25% of the contract until November 2020 only.
Ano po ang nangyari doon sa 75 million?
We were put on hold. There was a communication to us that our shipments were put on hold and not to deliver.
Were you aware that other suppliers had already won the bid na marami na silang sinusupply doon? Were you aware of that?
No, Your Honor. No, I was not aware.
Alam niyo ba na namili ang Farmally? Kailan niyo nalaman na kung hindi niyo alam kung kailan niyo nalaman na ang Farmally ay nakakuha ng napakalaking contract, napakalaki di hamak sa inyo?
Actually, all the information, all these contracts that I've seen, I only heard it this year, Senator, that there were other suppliers.
You are a Filipino corporation, correct?
That's correct, sir. 100% proud Filipino company.
Kung di ko nagkakamali, nakausap ko rin si Secretary Lopez ng DTI, sabi ko, ba't hindi tayo kumuha at mag-umpisa na tayong tangkilikin natin at bigyan pa natin ng pera yung mga korporasyon ng Pilipinas para makagawa sila. Right now, makahabol tayo makagawa ng tinatawag nating mga face mask. Napakasimple lang naman ng teknolohiya yan. Tama po ba yan? Na dapat kaya ninyo. That's correct. Kaya po ng Filipino, yes. At kinaya nyo, nanalo kayo ng 100 million, pero ang lumalabas dito, ayaw kunin yung mga ginagawa nyo.
Your Honor,
kayo mag-produce. Gumastos kayo. Tama po ba yan?
That's correct, yes.
Nag-import po kayo ng mga raw material. Tama po ba yan?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mga magkano ginastos nyo para sa raw material lamang?
My investment was close to 200 million in equipment, raw material, and refacilitation of our factory to get into the medical face mask manufacturing.
In other words, para makalaban sa giyera, nag-retool kayo, nagbago kayo. Kumbaga nung World War II, yung Detroit gumagawa ng kotse, gumawa ng tangke, gumawa ng mga baril para makalaban tayo sa giyera, makalaban sila sa giyera. Dito naman, ano ba talaga ang ginagawa nyo bago itong face mask?
Before doing medical grade face mask, we are an electronics assembly facility primarily for export. We support the automotive industry, the aerospace industry, consumer and industrial industry.
Internationally?
We produce it here in the Philippines, and we also do a lot of subcontract work for local foreign exporters here. And then all for export.
So pumasok kayo dito bilang isang entrepreneur na nakita nyo kaya ng Pilipino at kaya nyo makipagsabayan. At nakipagsabayan nga kayo. 13, 15 kontrata nyo, pero yung Farmally nasa 27, nasa 22. Di hamak na mas malayo sa binibenta niyo.
You know, Your Honor, Senator Gordon, when the DTI approached us, and it took me 3 weeks to really created a technical working group to review how to build medical grade face masks. I believe it was our duty as a Filipino company because it is the government who requested. The employees, our employees here, like what you mentioned earlier, We didn't know how far this COVID was going to go, but we knew we were entering into a war, like what you said. And it is our duty as a Filipino company to contribute even just a little bit. And our management team and our supportive board of directors agreed to repurpose, like what you mentioned, retool a section of our factory close to 1,800 square meters, 1,800 square meters to produce medical grade face masks.
And of course, that entailed great risk. Napakalaking kasapalaran ang ginawa nyo.
Yes, yes, it was a risk, but like what I mentioned, it was our duty to produce. We wanted to produce. We had a bad experience in Taal a few months before March and April because Taal erupted in January of the same year, 2020, and I saw the devastation and the need. That's why we decided on face masks, because we were affected right from January, the shortages of face masks. So we decided, amongst all the different medical supplies that we could produce, we informed the Department of Trade that EMS components will produce and support the government in producing medical grade face masks.
Eto, kapuri-puri naman yung ginawa nyo. 13 pesos and 50 centavos, nag-risk kayo, sabi ng DTI, pumasok kayo dyan, nanalo kayo, pagkatapos sumanalo na kayo, hindi na kayo nakakuha ng ibang kontrata. Tama po ba yan?
That's correct. That is our first and last contract. I just wanted to clarify, we shipped 25.8 million at 13.50, and then we shipped the balance. We were able to ship the balance. We shipped 74.1 million at 2.35. 2 pesos 35 centavos, Your Honor.
At yung 100 million na nakuha yung supply ng Farmali, magkano kayo inabot doon? Magkano ang total nun? Ilang million yun? Ilang daang million? 1 plus billion yan, di ba? Billion ba yun o million?
I don't know what Farmali got. I really don't know.
Isa inyo.
For our contract, it is 1.3 billion pesos total original contract. But at the end, after shipping 100 million units of face masks, the total sales only was 523 million.
Kalahati lang.
It was far from the 1.3 billion.
Do you think that there's some reason bakit kayo pinipigil nitong DBMPS na mag-supply kayo?
At least
sa kontrata. Di ba sinusuba kayo ng gobyerno? Tama po ba yan? Mabigat na yung salita ko. Sinusuba kayo, nanalo kayo, pero pinapahirapan kayo samantalang yung Farmali, hindi mo alam yan, pero maluwag na maluwag makakuha, maluwag sa pag-import, walang you've been importing, di ba? Para maka-import kayo, dadaan kayo sa 3 taon, dadaan kayo sa Butas ng Karayom, magpapakita kayo na 3 taon na kayo nag-operate, magbabayad kayo ng taxes. Tama po ba yan? Ano pa ba ang sinisingil sa inyo pagka mag-import na yan?
Oo, parang gano'n.
Hello, go ahead.
Okay, I heard. No, that is correct. Well, from just looking back, when we communicate with the PSDBM that they do have inventory and there is a lot of issues on space in the warehouse and they're doing inventory, we took it at face value because I believe last year there was a lot of procurement happening. The country needed it. So we took it at face value that our deliveries and the inventory of face masks was probably enough the DBM. But in our case, I just want to mention this. During the start around April and May, I believed in the government. There was a lot of government coordination And as proof of government and private collaboration, you know, the DTI, the BOI, the Bureau of Customs, FDA, PEZA, the DOH, and the DBM all help to make us into reality in be able to produce medical grade face masks. In a matter of 7 to 8 weeks, which our company has never done before, even with our expertise in electronics, but on a new product, in a matter of 7 to 8 weeks, all these agencies were able to help us at the height, not at the height, at the onset of this COVID. It shows that if government and private companies work together, we can achieve. And we are the example na kung gugustuhin talaga natin, we were able to produce medical grade face mask and to the capacity of around 12, capacity, this is capacity, 12 million per month.
Marami kayo lang pumasok dyan, di ba? Marami kayo pumasok. Di ba may asosasyon kayo na nag-commit na magagawa kayo? Tama po ba yan?
Yes, that is correct. And I met a lot of different companies and the local manufacturers. We formed a coalition of PPE manufacturers of the Philippines. And they too, the other companies from different industries, I was pleasantly surprised that we were following the same track. I didn't know what they were doing, but we were parallel in also repurposing. So they were repurposing for different
Ibig sabihin repurposing, kumakambyo kayo. Kung ang ginagawa nyo dati ay electronic, kumambyo kayo, katulad ng ibang kumpanya, kumambyo sila para kayo makapag-supply bilang Pilipino, makapag-supply kayo dahil tukulin nyo yan at kaya natin gawin yan at una makikinabang ang mga Filipino laborer. Tama po ba yan?
That is true. That is absolutely correct. We wanted one of the CPMP, Coalition of Philippine or PPE Manufacturers, the Philippines. One of our objectives is really to provide medical grade PPEs, including face masks, as well. The number 2 is to be able to preserve Filipino jobs and generate employment in the Philippines.
Yung PESA, yung mga DTI, talagang ginagampanan nila ang tungkulin lang hanggat kaya. Pero mukhang hindi ginampanan ang tungkulin ng gobyerno dito sa pagsusupply ninyo. Hindi kayo sinuklian ng tiwala. In fact, ang nangyari, tama ba yan? Hindi kayo sinuklian dahil hindi tinatanggap yung dinideliver nyo. Sumugal kayo, nagpasok kayo ng pera, nanalo kayo, pinakamababa kayo, pero nung magdi-deliver na kayo, inipit-ipit ang delivery. Tama ba yan?
We were not given, our deliveries were pushed out and delayed. Yes, that's true.
Were what? Excuse me?
It was our deliveries were pushed.
Your deliveries were not accepted because they had too much inventory, correct?
The reasons were inventory, not enough space in the warehouse, and they were doing inventory.
Well, looking at it, pagkatapos niyan, nakita natin ang laki-laki ng binigay, halimbawa sa isang kumpanya, katulad ng Parmali. Papakita ko sa inyo ngayon yung ibang binigyan, ano? At para, nasabi niyo, hindi nyo alam. Halimbawa dito, etong surgical mask. Parmali ba ito? Parmali ito, no? April 14, 20. Surgical mask. Ang quantity 2.4 million, 2250. Ang total 54 million. Negotiated yan. Yung ba sa inyo, negotiated rin?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good.
Our contract was under Bayanihan 1. Yes.
That's good. All right. Now, ito, April 16, nakikita niyo ba? Nakikita po ba niya?
No, I cannot see.
I'll try to show it to you. Ayan na po. Ito po, nakikita niyo na?
Yes, yes.
Ito po, April 16, 2020. Nakakuha uli ng 500,000 quantity ang Parmali at 27.72. Or 13.86 million. Negotiated yan. So, pag sinuma total niyo yan, umabot na sila halos ng 67.86 million, 54 plus 13.86. Nakita niyo po yan?
Yes, we can see it. Yes.
Ituloy po natin. April 20, surgical mask na naman. 10 million at 22 pesos. Maabot na sila ngayon ng 287 million, 0.86 million. Tama po ba yan? Nakikita nyo?
Yes, you can see it, Mr. Chairman.
Tapos bigla ngayon, bumuluwak, ito, BGI real time, 8,000, 75,000, ano po? At pesos, ito, iba na itong sinusupply natin to, mga test kits na ito. No? Malaking pera lang ang sinasabi. I'm not going to ask you to compare apples and oranges, pero kayo nasa surgical mask. Pero nakakagulat, umabot na sila ng 887.86 million. Sige, baba natin. April 23, A-Star Fortitude Kit para sa RT-PCR test. Parmali yan, ha? Hindi face mask yan, to be fair. 344,000 pesos. Ang quantity ay 2,000. Nag-aalaga ng 688 million. So, pag sinuma total niya yan, umabot na po ng 1,575 million ang nabili sa Parmali. Nakita po ninyo yan?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Ito ulit. April 23. Wala hong yung lampas sa isang linggo dyan, no? 3 million ang quantities, 100,000, 100 pesos, lumalabas 300 million ang binayad, 1,875 million na po yan. Tapos sumunod, May 4, sumunod na yung isang buwan, after mga 2 weeks, nag-order naman ng surgical gown na 10,000 at 288. Ang binayad ay 2.880 million. So, tumaas na yung nabili. 1.877 billion. On May 8, 4 days later, namili sila ng PPE. 2 million. 1,910 at 3.82 billion. 1,910. Napakita ko na ho ito noong nakaraan. Nakabili sila, may nag-supply sa kanila at pinagkumpara namin ang presyo sa ibang supplier. Maabot ng 994 pesos. Yun ang sinasabi ng Department of Trade na SRA, 994 pesos. Pero binili na lang 1,910. Umabot na ang binigay sa Parmali ng 3.82 billion or 5 billion 697 billion suma total na nabili sa kanila. And then June 9, 20, BGI again, Parmali pa rin yan, 41,400, 69,500. Umabot na sila ngayon ng 2.87 billion yung sinupply nila yan. Umabot na sila ng 8,574 million pesos. Tapos, ito, MGI Easy Magnetic June 10, pakitaas lang please, at 787.9. Finally, umabot ng 8.8 billion ang inabot nila. Mga preps kit yan, kit lahat yan. So, a subtotal so far, under the administration of Secretary Lau, 8,899 million pesos. Kayo nakapag-supply, pakitaas nga kung meron pa. Wala na, okay. 8.89 billion, ano po? Lumalabas na kayo nakapag-supply ng 1.3 billion, pero sa suma total, ang kinuha nila sa inyo ay kalahating bilyon. Hindi na tinanggap yung iba. At hindi po ba totoo, binaba nyo pa yung presyo nyo? Gipit na para makabawi kayo. Binaba nyo ang presyo nyo ng 2 pesos. And kayo na magsabi, ilan ho ang binayad? 2.35 per piece?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, we received a letter from DBMPS earlier part of this year. It is part of the contract that we have to match lower prices, and because we do have inventory, And we did. 2 pesos 35 centavos.
Hindi na nasunod yung 1350. Sa ganun, mas madaling sabi.
That's correct. 75%, 74 million 125,000 of the 100 million was delivered at 2 pesos 35 centavos.
So lugi kayo. 1350 yung kayo nag-bid, fair and square. Negotiated bid. Tapos bigla na lang kayo napilitan na, oh sige, sinulatan kayo. Bibili kayo kami sa inyo. Para bang panakibutas lang kayo kunyari para lang masabi nakabili sila ng mababa. Pero tinira kayo ng 2 pesos and 35 centavos per price. Tama ba yung conclusion ko? Nakamali ba ako doon na napilitan kayo magbaba ng 2 pesos and 35 centavos? Nilinggis kayo ng sawa, so to speak. I know of any analogy. Nilinggis kayo na pumayag kayo na 2 pesos and 35 ang i-deliver nyo. May katwiran po ba ako doon o wala?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. We delivered 74 million out of the 100 million at 2.35, 2 pesos and 35 centavos. And I want to always fulfill my contract. In the past 17 years that we are in business in electronics and semiconductor services, we always fulfill our contract. And this time is no exception that we will fulfill our contract. At 100 million units we delivered. It wasn't the original contract, but we completed our contract.
Mr. Chairman, just quickly, very quickly, nalugi ba sila o hindi?
Yes, Senator, good morning. Senator, yes, nalugi kami.
So nalugi yung Filipino Corporation na nakipagsapalaran.
Abang tiba-tiba.
Tiba-tiba, kaya nga. Ano? Matira ang masiba. Kaya nga. Hindi matibay. Matira ang masiba. I have to make that comment because nakakasuklam ang ginagawa nito mga taong ito. Lumalabas, hinikayat kayo at ibang korporasyon, pagkatapos bandang huli, tinira kayo, yung 13.50 nyo naging 2.35, talagang nalugi kayo. Pero yung kabila,
kulang na lang hingi nila.
Ngayon, nahihirapan ba tayong kunin kung paano
Sobra na pandarambong yan.
in-import o kung paano na nilabas ulit yung pera.
Patkasuhan talaga
Now,
yan.
nung nag-deliver kayo, alam niyo ba kung umabot yung dineliver nyo? Sa probinsya? O sa mga kailangan natin? Sapagkat hanggang ngayon, may nagsasabi sa akin, hanggang Cotabato, meron mga ospital, hindi pa sila nakakatanggap ang face mask o PPE.
Your Honor,
yan ang susunod na gusto ko matalakay ng Blue Ribbon kung umabot yan.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, when we deliver, there is always a source inspection. When we deliver to PSDBM in Paco, I call it the Paco area. The
nasa Paco.
Yeah, the inspectors, our goods are inspected at the DBM site.
Yes.
Yes. Now, when we also deliver direct to the Department of Health, DOH in Marikina, in Taguig, those deliveries are inspected in Pampanga. Those deliveries before they leave our factory are inspected by DBMPS at our factory. So there are two modes of inspections and clearances at the PSDBM at Paco, or if it is delivered to DOH and Camp Aguinaldo, they are inspected and cleared for shipment in our factory.
So dinadala nyo sa DOH, bahala na si Batman sa DOH, bahala na yung Camp Aguinaldo. Ang nasa Camp Aguinaldo, ang pagkaalam ko, ay yung tinatawag nating disaster, yung civil defense is kaya national disaster risk reduction. Di ba? Andun yun?
I am not quite sure. We only had one delivery. We only had one delivery in Camp Aguinaldo, which was August 2020.
Can you tell us kung kanino nyo dineliver doon? I'm sure yung mga tao nyo masasabi ko kanino, sino tumanggap doon.
I do not have that detailed information, but yes, of course, we do have all the documents. That was the receiving documents of in Camp Aguinaldo. Yes.
So masasabi nyo later on, siguro in about tatawagan nyo yung kumpanya nyo, pwede nyo sabihin na saan nyo dineliver sa Camp Aguinaldo.
That's correct. Yes, we can get that information.
And you have staff there, you have a conference there from your company. Pwede mo pakiusapan na natin sila Mr. Lizano ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Lizano will get that information. Yes.
Yes, I would appreciate it very much, Mr. Lizano, if you can call your company now and find out kung saan nyo dineliver doon. Kung alam mo ngayon, sabihin mo na.
Mr. Chairman, good morning. The delivery in Camp Aguinaldo is in OCD, Office of the Civil Defense.
So tama ako, Office of Civil Defense. Tama po ba yan?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Now,
question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, let me just say, na dineliver nyo doon, hindi na natin alam kung pinadala pa nila sa probinsya yan, no? At katulad nga na sinabi ko, hindi natin alam dahil sabi nyo, limpak-limpak yung mga bodega, puno na. I would like therefore to subpoena the records, and I think I've already ordered that. Director General Director General Rudy Kimbo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nasubpoena na ba natin yung delivery records?
Yes, Your Honor. Yung DOH, yes, Your Honor. Yesterday.
What about
inventory, receipts, tsaka delivery. Yes, Your Honor.
Related to that, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Related to that, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, sir.
Of the 42 billion the transfer to the PSTBM, have they submitted to your committee the breakdown?
The breakdown of the PSDBM?
42 billion.
Yes.
They have submitted the breakdown.
Director General Kimbo?
Yes, they have, Your Honor.
All right.
We will supply the Senate President with the
we can present
information,
that.
Your Honor.
Then the next question then is, nasaan yung inventory? Nasaan na ngayon yung lahat ng nabili nila sa 42 billion?
Tama po yan sa tanong nyo. At yung doon tayo patungo eh.
Anyway.
Deliver, kalahati lang ang delivery. Notorious tayo dyan. May short deliveries, hindi po ba?
Thank you. Yeah, it was related to your point. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And that's a very good point you made. And you've helped me a lot because yes, go ahead, Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the chairman's question, I have a copy here of the contract or purchase order to Pharmaly Pharmaceutical Corporation, dated May 8, 2020, for the 2 million units of PPEs worth 3.8 billion pesos. Written typed here on place of delivery is the AFP Logcom warehouse, Camp Aguinaldo, Quezon City. So I'm sure we can also fully answer the chairman's questions about the inventory at the AFP Logcom warehouse. So this contract or purchase order, Mr. Chairman, was authorized by then USEC Lau. So for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Authorized by Undersecretary Lau.
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
Alam nyo, para akong nahihirapan talaga na magtanong dito dahil alam ko na kung saan ang patutuwa. Hindi ko ako natutuwa para sa mga nanonood. Hindi ko ako natutuwa na nangyayari sa ating bansa ito dahil alas namimilipit ako sa hirap dito na nakikita ko na parang talagang plunder ito halos eh. Just for the benefit of the Senate, I think it can be a public notice, judicial notice na kasama dyan sa tinatawag natin sa Camp Aguinaldo, dyan nalipat si Captain Paeldon na nilagay dati sa customs. Nung inimbestiga namin yan, may litrato pa siya doon sa nag-smuggling ng drugs. Nilipat ng ating Pangulo sa Muntinlupa. Nagkaroon naman ng GCTA, yung mga binababaan ang mga sentensya. Nilipat uli siya, nawala siya sandali at nag-surface siya sa Camp Aguinaldo sa Office of Civil Defense. I want to know if the Senate is aware of that. Are you aware of that, Senator Ontiveros? I know that I'm not the only one who knows that.
Thank you for reminding us, Mr. Chairman. Although I'm also keeping an open mind that I don't know, Mr. Chairman, maybe because Secretary Galvez is the chair of the IATF, that
Yes,
there
and
were
I,
certain designated delivery
I don't think
places
that has got to
in
do with
Camp Aguinaldo.
Secretary Galvez.
So
I'm
you
just
can answer the question of the
following
chair.
the trail. I'm just following the trail.
sir,
And
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
wala pang IATF dito. Ang hinahanap ko, hindi IATF. Ang hinahanap ko, yung nag-order, i-deliver nila yan sa probinsya. At kung hindi mabibigyan yung mga PPEs, we're putting our healthcare workers in harm's way. Unless Secretary Galvez says kayo ang nag-order niyan at kayo nagpadala doon.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, I think we have to put context on the designation of LOGCOM, AP LOGCOM as our warehouse. During the time of the pandemic, Mr. Chairman, we don't have any warehouse at all.
I'm aware of that, sir.
We know LOGCOM. We have a lot of sitting warehouse there. So we have 2 warehouses there. So it was converted to DOH warehouse. So there is no sinister spot to to relocate those PPEs, because there are instances that the PPEs cannot the PPEs cannot be accommodated to different logistics and cells. So the AP LOGCOM, considering that this is an NDRMC, it is a pandemic, it is just only inherent that the LOGCOM can be a designated warehouse for DOH. So it was converted, the 2 warehouse there was converted to DOH warehouse.
To be fair to this representation, Secretary Galvez, and you know I'm a fair man, I did not say the AP was involved. The LOGCOM warehouse was used, and you heard Mr. Lizano say it was delivered to civil defense. I don't think civil defense is under the armed forces of the Philippines. Nakikigamit lang sila ng warehouse ng military. Would that be correct, sir?
Actually, sir, the NTF chairman is the Secretary of National Defense, and OCD is under National Secretary of Defense. And considering that we wanted to mobilize our warehouses there, it is very incumbent that the NDRMC have that warehouse control. So considering that the AAP is also under the NDRMC, so we collocate the warehouse of the DOH warehouse to the AP LOGCOM, because that's the only available logistic warehouse that we have, because the PPEs are very bulky.
I accept that, sir. I accept the explanation. Pero hindi ko sinasabi na AFP or the Secretary of Defense. Ang sinasabi ko lang, sinabi civil defense. Ang may warehouse, ang AFP. Pinapairam sa DOH, maaaring pinapairam sa civil defense. Pero ang hinahabol po natin, we're just following where all itong lahat ng limpak-limpak na in-order na ito, saan napunta. And that's why we would have to subpoena all these records and find out all the way, and we have already done that, sir. And please pardon me if you think I'm making any accusations upon anybody. I'm just saying, nagtataka lang ako, circumstantial connectivity ang pinag-uusapan natin. Sa civil defense, naandun si Captain Faildon. And may I show a picture right now? You show the picture please, agad. I will get to you, General Galvez. I will get to you, sir.
Yes.
You have it? I'm really stretching myself, and believe me, I'm not happy that this is the case. I'm talking about Michael Yang attended the baptism of Nicanor Faeldon's son. And we have a picture here. Pakilakihan lang yung picture. Pakita nyo na dito sa TV. Ayan po.
Thank you very much.
Wala po ko sila sabi dito, nakasama lahat yung mga tao dyan. Ho. Nasabat lang na si Michael Yang, na hindi nagpapakita, nandiyan sa litrato at binyag ng ating kaibigan, si Captain Nicanor Faeldon, kaibigan ng Blue Ribbon. At dahil naimbestiga yung customs ng araw, nalipat siya sa Muntinlupa, naimbestiga rin ng Blue Ribbon yon. At nilipat siya at diyan siya napunta sa Civil Defense. At andyan si Yusek Halad, ng head ng Civil Defense, kung di ko nagkakamali. Andyan sila Lahat, andyan na lahat. Ayoko na magsalita because a picture speaks for itself. Yan lang ang gusto ko sabihin dahil sa paghahanap po natin, naghuhukay po tayo, hinuhukay po natin kung ano mga koneksyon dahil dikit-dikit eh. Sa umpisa pa lang, andyan na si Michael Yang. Hanggang sa bandang huli, huwag naman po magagalit ang sino man, hinahanap lang po natin ang katotohanan dito kung bakit nawalan ng pag-asa ang mga kababayan natin na yung mga binabayad natin na taxes ay dapat umabot doon sa tinatawag natin mga kababayan natin na nangangailangan ng mga gamit na yan. Kulang ang bakuna dahil sabi wala raw tayong pera pero alam ko ginagawa ng IATF yan. I have no problem with the IATF about that. Alam ko nagpapakasakit silang lahat pero ang nakakasakit lang dito pag umorder tayo may mga nakapasok ata na tinawag na ng isang reporter natin dito na Batikan ng Business Week na si Tony I forgot his name right now. Kilala siya. Na sinabi niya na may Davao Mafia. Kaya hindi po ako ang tumawag dyan. At lumalabas nga hindi lang si Antonio Montalban ang sinasabi. Meron siyang article dito sa isang na sinasabi kung saan malalapit yan, papasok ko yan sa committee. Pero si Tony ng Business Week, Antonio Lopez, sinasabi nga, pakita mo nga yung article. Alam naman ho kung nilalabas dito na wala akong hinahabol na dokumento eh. Ayan o, hindi po ako nagsabi dyan. Duterte's Davao Mafia, the fiesta can only go on for so long. Sana tumigil na. Ang nasasagasaan dito ay mga Pilipino katulad ni Ferdinand Ferrer na matagal lang nagsiservisyo sa kanilang kumpanya paying their taxes religiously. Pero nangyayari, nakipag-bidding, nagpakitang tao lang ata ito, lumalabas sa akin, pero talagang walang intensyon na bayaran yung 1350, ibinaba pa. Pero yung formally, bayad totally. Tinatanong kanina ni Senate President, saan napunta yung 8.7 billion? Hindi ko sinasabi dyan napunta yan, pero ang nagsasabi niyan ay yung mga paper trail. Okay po? Nabalikan po natin si Ferdinand Ferrer.
Sir, can I still comment?
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry, Secretary Galvez. Go ahead.
Sir, I think the public should know that the organization of the National Task Force is the chairman is the Secretary of National Defense as the head of the NDRINC. The NDRINC is an interagency, and during the organization of the NTF, as myself as chief implementer, Mr. Chairman.
Sir, can you speak a little louder, sir? I cannot hear you, Halos.
I'm also in charge of the procurement, wherein we organize the TG resource management and logistics, wherein the procurement has been given to OCD and also to PSDBM. And also the OCD will be the distributor, meaning it will distribute all the PPEs to 699 hospitals nationwide. And we accounted all the PPEs that have been released in the AEP GHQ Logistics Center. So the in charge of that is Director Rabi Alejandro. Alejandro is the one in charge of the distribution, and all the distribution has been accounted for because initially the PPEs being ferried by the C-130, 43 sorties to China, to the different areas in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And our logistic hub, major logistic hub, is in AEP Logistics Center. So I believe the connections of certain personality here in GHQ is, I believe, Mr. Chairman, we have to correct it because our primary purpose then is to save lives. There are 17 doctors that have been dead during those times, and we wanted to make an immediate deployment of the PPE. We don't have any intention to plunder, Mr. Chairman.
Tapos ka.
Mr. Chairman.
Let me just state for the record, sinusundan ko lang ang paper trail. And I have not included IATF. I have not even Secretary Juan. Duque. I'm giving him ma-address ako. Pero pinafollow ko lang yung kung anong lumalabas sa mga dokumento. Kaya I have the highest respect for Secretary Lorenzana, for you, for Vince Dizon. Alam ko, nakikita naman natin, magkakasama tayo, nagpapagod araw-gabi. Pero gusto lang natin malaman kung paano. Ang hinahabol natin kung na-deliver. Now, sino yung pangalan na Secretary Galvez yung sinabi niyo? Rafi who?
Sir, the organization of the DG Resource Management, it is composed of DOH, the PSDBM, the OCD, and the DTI-PIPC. The procurement of the large-scale PPEs is being undertaken by PSDBM. And the local production is...
Ano yung PSDBM?
PSDBM under USEC Cloud. USEC Cloud is under me, and also Director Alejandro, being the chief implementer.
Director Alejandro is the implementer?
No, and as chief implementer, Director Alejandro from OCD is under me because he's the one briefing us every day on the status of
the pension, ano po?
Opo, he is from the OCD under USEC Halad, and USEC Halad is also knowledgeable of that.
Opo, tatawagin po natin sila para mapaliwanagan dahil hindi naman tayo nag-aakusa dito na wala pa naman ako sinasabi. Sinasabi ko lang, natapat lang na lumalabas nga na gano'n na pag sinundan mo yung papel, ito na nga at lumalabas na mukhang napagbibigyan ilan doon sa bidding at ang laki ng paghahawak nitong si USEC Cloud. Pagkatapos yung mga Filipino company like Ferdinand Ferrer na matagalan negosyo EMS. Yes, Senator Lacson, go ahead.
Yes, very quickly, since I thought I heard Secretary Galvez mention C-130 flights. Ito yung merong goodwill flight through Xiamen Airways to deliver the second batch of the items procured from China. Nagamit po ba rito yung ating C-130?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, during those times that we have met with the ITF, with the directive of the President that we have to produce all the PPEs. That was at the time of April 2. And the first sortie that we had is April 6 with 12,000 because one C-130 is 12,000 PPE. And then
our own C-130. This is the Philippine Air Force C-130.
We have three flights of C-130, 6 flights of PAC, and 12 flights of Cebu Pacific with a total of 288,000 PPE. And it was delivered to the different. I have the record, Your Honor. I can submit it.
So from China, lumipad yung C-130 ng Philippine Air Force to ferry ito mga PPEs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We have 3 destinations in Xiamen and Changsha. I'll get the other one, sir. We have the
question.
Yes, sir.
Question. Was the Philippine Air Force compensated? Kasi this is part of logistics ito eh.
Malinaw ba?
This is part of the responsibility of the supplier, di ba?
Sir, no, sir. Actually, during the first contract, I believe, the arrangement is not CIF. Meaning the CIF, the turnover of the supply will be at the different ports of the Philippines. The arrangement is considering that we have a lockdown then, sir. They don't have any flights because the different ports of the Philippines had been shut down because we have a total lockdown then. So
I'd like to shift to Mr. Ferrer. Were you given the same accommodation by the Philippine Air Force to transport yung mga raw materials nyo para sa mga PPEs? Mr. Ferrer?
Good morning, Senator. We imported our raw materials ourselves and cleared it through the BOC. We also deliver our finished product ourselves to the designated delivery points given to us.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's exactly my point. Bakit ang accommodation sa foreign firm, parang higit higit pa kaysa sa accommodation sa sarili nating kababayan, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President, can I interject?
Ayan na.
Mr. Senator, Sir, Your Honor, during those times, we don't have supply. Even the private sectors doesn't have the PPE that time. That was April 4. I think the delivery of MS started on August. We don't have any supply then. We don't have PPEs. We don't have surgical masks. Nothing, sir, nothing. And we need
Mr. Ferrer. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Ferrer, di po ba nagsimula kayo mag-ship ng mga raw materials niyo mga April?
Nako, yun.
Senator, we started, we had inventory. We started to ship June 1st. We had inventory.
Yeah, June 1st.
End of May. Yes, end of May.
Yeah. Pero may mga dumating, dito kasi may mga code, and I'd like Bureau of Customs to confirm this, ano? Kasi tatlo yung pinagbabagsakan eh. Isang MOP, POM, yung isa MICP, yung isa NAIA. Sa NAIA, which is coded PO3, marami pong shipments ito ha. June 3, June 3, June 3, June 3, June 4, and so forth and so on. So, I'm just wondering why we cannot accommodate a Filipino entrepreneur who's willing to help because of the pandemic. Tapos hindi natin nabigyan ng ganong accommodation na binigyan natin sa Parmali. I'm just wondering, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
I principally agree, but let me just say something, Senator Lacson, on behalf of the IATF and our Air Force. Our men in uniform have done a fantastic job, and I've been profuse, including the Coast Guard, profuse in letting you all folks that they help. For example, nung inassign kami ng IATF na mag-test, we had the occasion to, with the help of Secretary Lorenzana, na madala yung mga test kits at saka yung mga equipment by Philippine Air Force. But we also chartered our own flights. We chartered Philippine Airlines, we chartered Cebu Pacific, and mercifully enough, we were able to do so. We got 2 flights, I think, from the Air Force. Nakakalungkot nga yung isang C-130 bumagsak doon sa Sulu. And that's why talagang nakakaraing dahil mga men and women of the armed forces and men and women in the government, karamihan, katulad nga nung DTI, pinipilit ng mga kababayan natin mag-produce. Pagdating na sa implementation, wala talagang suporta. Sinubo nila yung mga katulad ng EMS na mag-supply tapos hindi na bayaran ng husto yung dapat bayaran. Nakakalungkot lang po. Yes,
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, hindi ko po nilalagay sa spot ang ating armed forces. Ang tinatanong ko lang, bakit iba yung accommodation sa Parmali compared to sa ating kababayan? Hindi ko po sinisisi yung armed forces because once they are instructed, yeah, I acknowledge the heroism of our armed forces personnel. There's no doubt about it. Ang tinatanong ko lang, yung bakit iba yung treatment sa Parmali kaysa doon sa kababayan natin. Hindi po kasabang
you say, Senator Lacson, you have information that Parmali used the C-130?
I think they don't think so. Hindi po nila ginamit po sa ng ang C-130.
Can you let Senator Lacson answer because Senator Lacson usually has very good sources. Senator Lacson?
Yeah, we have that information. Now that Secretary Galvez is denying it, then so be it, Mr. Chairman. But we have our own sources.
Yes.
Sir, can I answer? The initial,
Secretary Galvez, I will recognize you right away. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Secretary Galvez.
Sir, I would like to put a proper context on the deliveries of the PPEs. First, the initial delivery of the PPEs. I don't know if I'm not aware who is contracting because that's the DBM. My mission is to produce the PPE and deliver it to all the hospitals. During the time that the president gave the order on April 2, we immediately get the available PPE in China. And those PPE, I believe, is different procurement, not Parmali. But when Parmali get the contract, all the PPEs had been delivered CIF, meaning CIF, to the shores of the Philippines. In the Philippine port in Naiya, and also in the Pier 13 in the Manila port. Meron din sa Cagayan de Oro, meron din po sa Cebu port, at meron po dito sa Davao port. And I believe ang ginamit lang po natin C-130 is kailangan po natin ng PPE. So yung mga tinatawag natin na mga extra na available na nahandun sa China, kinukuha po natin po yun para at least magamit po natin kaagad. Because there is an urgency for that.
Galing.
But we never intend to provide any contractor the special special treatment. Ang ano po ng intention po namin is to get all the available supplies and get it immediately here and distribute it immediately. That's the context po namin, Mr. Chairman.
I can attest to that the IATF has done a good job, and you're not under the carpet here, Secretary Galvez. We're just following kung na-deliver lahat yung ng family, yung sinasabi nila, at nadala ba yan sa mga probinsya. And you said about how many hospitals, sir? 671 ba? 571 hospitals? Sir? Secretary Galvez?
Sir, the total of the hospitals that we have is 669.
Yes, sir. Kayo nag-deliver po? Kayo, dineliver nyo doon sa kung saan yung mga hospital?
Yes. Actually, sir, as of May 13, we have delivered 603,500 to different 699 hospitals, including the different regions. For Luzon, we have 389 hospitals.
Yes.
For Visayas, we have 85 hospitals. And then for Mindanao, we have 225 hospitals. And on May 31, we delivered 779,100. And on July 20, the PPE that we have delivered to the different hospitals is now 2,201,530. And then on August 25, we were able to deliver 3,829,962 PPEs to the different 699 hospitals nationwide. It includes national offices, regional offices, also to LGUs, and government hospitals, and also private hospitals.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Marcos.
Yes, following up on Senator Lacson's interpellation as well as the responses of Secretary Galvez, may I know if, in addition to the flights, basically commandeering the C-130s of our armed forces, were there also Navy ships utilized, to your knowledge?
Yes, madam. We utilize Navy because the C-130 only carries 12,000. Napakahirap po yun at kailangan po namin yung ano po. So nung May 1, we dispatched our BRP Bacolod or yung LS 550 to China.
Yes, I understand it left on the 21st of April under Commander Rogelio B. La Chica. One of our lead logistic supports vessels in the Philippine Navy was also used to pick up from Xiamen and deliver to Sasa Port. Is that correct? On May 8th?
The date is May 1, madam, to make it correct.
Was the delivery or the departure for Xiamen?
Departure for Xiamen because it's 9 days. The delivery arrived at May 9, madam.
I understand that there were several of these voyages in April and in May. If our chairman will allow, perhaps we can derive the sale plans of all these vessels, their manifests, their radio logs, so that we're in complete awareness of actually what went on. Marami po bang mga lakbayang mga yan? Ilan ba ang ginamit maliban sa BRP Bacolod?
Ilan po BRP Bacolod, madam? We use C-130 43 sorties po, madam. We can give the details po, and including
BRP Bacolod went to Xiamen how many times? And was it always to Sasa Port in Davao?
Only one time po, madam, because we need the deliveries in Mindanao that time. So we delivered 200,000 PPEs through BRP Bacolod, LS 5550, Madam.
Thank you very much. If we could have some detailed information so that we can put all the deliveries together. Thank you, po.
Mr. Chair, very quickly, with the permission of the chair, to Secretary Galvez. Earlier, you mentioned that you were not familiar with the nature of the first items that were picked up because that was DBNPS. Is that right? If you're not aware now, can you find out as chief implementer? But first, can you answer that question? You said the PPEs that were delivered or were picked up by the C-130s was not the Parmali, but you're not aware of what it was. Is that right?
I think it is a different contractor. I think this is Chansen. Isang company po dito na po I believe
yes. So in other words, it's not Parmali, but it's another company using the C-130 of the armed forces.
Yes, actually sir, ganun po sir ang ginagawa po sa natin, na ganun din po ang ginagawa natin sa vaccine, na we are using
kung bang kumpanya yon, ang tanong kanina ni Senator Lacson, binayaran ba yon ng Chansen?
That's in our expense, considering the contract is not CIF. Meaning if you say CIF, it will be delivered to the Philippines.
So who entered into that contract?
PSDBM, sir.
So, in other words, PSDBM entered into this contract with Chansen and agreed that we will use government C-130 planes as we pay you. Parang gano'n na lumalabas, di ba? Sige, bibili kami sa inyo, pero isasama na namin yung C-130 para kami na ang pipick up.
Sir, the situation then is we don't have some sort of logistics means for the company to deliver it to here in the Philippines.
Well, whatever the reason is, the point is DBMPS entered into a contract with a private company and agreed that that private company can use AFP, Philippine, di ba? Armed Forces airplanes, air cargo, and it's to our expense.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, just one administrative matter. In the previous hearing, we asked for materials, reports on the quality inspection because earlier Mr. Ferrer was saying DBMPS went to their entity, to their offices, their warehouses, and conducted the inspections. We requested for these inspection reports because we had reports, and I think one of the colleagues of Mr. Ferrer, Mr. Carillo or Ms. Carillo, said publicly in a public statement that they receive information of Chinese-made PPEs that were of poor quality. So we'd like to know, are those poor quality Chinese-made equipment the poor quality, the PPEs that were purchased or not? We don't know. And that's why we want the specifications or the technical reports on the quality. Have they been submitted by the DBMPS? Because we'd like to go through that, Mr. Chair, because we want to make sure that the products that are being distributed by IATF are quality standard products and not inferior products that expose our frontliners to even more danger.
Senator Pangilinan, thank you for your point. The quality inspection people are in the hall, are in the loop, no? Right now here, and we may ask them directly. But I'd like to stick to the point muna, and then you can ask all your questions because I just wanted to lay the predicate to prove the point na masyadong paborable sa Parmali at halos yung local producers na nagpagsapalaran ay hindi na pagbigyan. So I will ask you to direct your questions right away to the inspectors because they're here. In the meantime, let me just finish with Mr. Ferrer, and you can all take a crack at him because yes, go ahead. You're on mute, Brad. You're on mute, Senator Kapangilinan. You're on mute.
We just want to know if the Blue Ribbon Committee received the documents that we requested, at least initially, so that, and then we can raise our questions later.
Yes, we did. I just want to be sure about that. Mr. Kimbo, did you send the notice to the inspectors?
We just sent notices for the inspectors to come to the hearing, but we have not sought a report from them yet.
All right, then let the record state and let the orders be given to you to ask them to submit a better report on what is happening, and then that report will be the basis for their examination in the next hearing.
Yes,
That'll be
sir.
all right with you, Senator Pangilinan, sir?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Now, with your permission, I'll finish already. Senator, I'm sorry, Mr. Ferrer, I thank you for coming here today. Papasalamat kami sa inyo dahil nalinawan ng marami na nag-try ang local. So marami ho ba kayo nag-try na naggagawa ng produkto na kailangan natin sa pandemic? At hanggang ngayon, gumagawa pa po kayo, di po ba?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are a handful of companies locally, local companies that have repurposed. Regarding the face mask, medical grade face mask, in our coalition, there are only two. I'm one and there's another company. On the PPEs, I believe there are also two that have repurposed, as well as on the raw material, there was, past tense, an Australian company that wanted to produce the filter material, which is the critical part in the face mask here in the Philippines, but I believe it has now been postponed.
So nakikita nyo na kayo, pag sinabi nyo repurpose, kumambyo yung kumpanya, kaya naman pala ng mga Pilipinong gumawa niyan. Pero kahit na kumambyo na kayo, nakapag-supply ba yung mga sinasabi mong kasama ninyo, yung sa coalition ninyo?
I believe they were able to towards the later part of the year. I do not know exactly how much they were able to supply, but I just wanted to also mention, Mr. Chairman, that part of the objective of the Department of Trade and Industry is to be able to create a PPE industry here in the Philippines.
That's correct. I confirm that because I talked with Secretary Lopez, who's a very responsible individual. And we were talking about, bilisan na natin. In fact, I asked, ba anong ginagawa ng PITC? Ba't hindi sila may pera sila? Ba't hindi sila mag-encourage na magkaroon tayo ng sources right here in this country? Di ba? Bino mo, gamitin pa natin ang mga aeroplano, magbabayad tayo sa ibang bansa. Tuloy nagkakaroon ng talagang discrepancies at mga alinlangan, no? Now, how do you feel now?
Mr. Chairman.
May I just finish, please? May I just finish?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I just want to ask Mr. Ferrer, as a businessman, and you are with the Chamber of Commerce, I spoke in your organization the other day, and di ba sabi natin doon, kailangan may predictability ang gobyerno? Para pag sinabing ganun, bibili tayo, ito ang patakaran, di ba dapat consistent yung rules na yan susundin? At hindi ba dapat, hindi babaguhin yung batas o yung rules in the middle of the game? Nababaguhin nila. Katulad sa inyo, binago yung order, binaba nila yung presyo. Tama po ba yan?
That's correct.
Hindi na kayo tinangkilig at binaba pa yung presyo.
Yes. How do I feel now? I always look at the positive side of things. I feel for our employees, the one who worked last year, the one who, despite the lockdowns in the quarantine, slept in our factory to be able to produce the medical grade face mask. We have over 300 that slept in our factory to
Dami
produce
pala
it.
yung empleyado.
Well, my point is simply, you know,
Kagigigil mga
nilako
kababayan.
ko yung subik ng araw nung pumutok ang pinatubo, umalis ang Amerikano, nilako ko sa buong mundo yun. Ang sinasabi ko, There's a sincerely changed country na we are predictable.
Kawawa yung
Kung sinabi
Pilipino.
namin itong patakaran, susundin namin. Hindi kayo magdududa. You remember, I was saying, nakafocus tayo, mabilis tayo, madali tayo maintindihan ng mga imbitahin natin, at talagang flexible at saka forward-looking. Ang sinasabi ko lang po dito, sa experience natin, ang masasabi ko lang, ako lang magsasabi, para hindi kayo, alam ko na alanganin kayo, and I admire you for coming out and stepping on the plate. Kumarap kayo, pwede kayong harasin ngayon, pwede kayong pahirapan, pero matapang kayo, and I salute you. And certainly, I'm sure the whole Senate will do its best to make sure that we encourage people like you. But ang sinasabi ko lang, para tayong parang inonse kayo na nagawa nga kayo, pampagubag loob, nanalo kayo, at tignan nyo yung, pakita nyo nga uli yung chart na yun. In the short space of 1 week, 2 weeks, pare-pareho. Pareho ang order sa Farmally, pareho order ng iba-iba. Nanalo kayo, pero makikita nyo dyan na linggo-linggo nagpapalit. Pero hindi pa rin sinunod kayo nung manalo na kayo, napilitan kayo ibaksak yung presyo nyo. Dahil sinabi nila, kailangan babaan nyo yung presyo nyo. At sabi nyo nga kay Senator Pagdinig, nalugi kayo. Ako as a Filipino, nahihiya ako.
May I be? Mr. Chairman.
Ganyan ang patakaran natin at lalo na nakaka-pandemya tayo, pagsasamantalan pa, parang may patay, dinukutan pa. Talagang tinaksilan tayo ng ating ilang mga tao dito, hindi naman lahat, no? Pero pinagtaksilan ng bayan na yung dapat naaabot sa tao, hindi mapaabot. Ang laki-laking pera ang tinustos nitong nagpabid dito sa mga paborito, sa mga kaibigan nila, na hindi dapat mangyari. Yun lang ang gusto ko. Tinatamaan na ako. Nakikita ko talagang kung ano lang pinagsasabi. Pero yan lang gusto ko sabihin. Anyway, Senator Ontiveros.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, Mr. Chair, point of information that as early as September last year, 2020, we found out that the Philippine Board of Investments announced that IATF itself, also through the DTI and DOH, partnered with the Philippine General Hospital and the Confederation of Wearable Exporters of the Philippines, yung CONWEP, to produce 10,000 PPEs per day. So, ni-recognize na po, Mr. Chairman, mismo ng mga government agencies natin in that partnership with IATF itself na kaya ng mga Filipino manufacturers to produce. And it was on the basis of that capacity, tulad ng sinasabi ni na Mr. Ferrer, that they offered proper contracts to government. Kaya sila nagtataka after dumaan sila, sabi nila, at ng CPMP, sa butas ng karayom, all the FDA permits, etc., hindi sila nakitanggap ng mga kontrata. Di tulad ng Farmally na the good chairman will recall in the previous hearing, sinabi na ang Farmally walang permit to import, for example, from FDA at hindi ito kinontest ni dating Yusek Lao. So, just for the record, Mr. Chair, to add to the current discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Secretary Galvez.
Very quick, Mr. Chair.
Sir, can I
would like to join and associate myself to your sentiments, Mr. Chairman, especially with regard to our local manufacturers. Mr. Chairman, as mentioned by Senator Risa, nagkaroon na ng agreement, 10,000 a day. In fact, if I recall it right, the agreement was to produce 300,000 PPEs. I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, if this was delivered, ito ba ay natuloy. But let me point out, I think it's very important to picture, Mr. Chairman, gaano kalaki yung tama nito sa ating labor sector. Ilan yung mga trabaho dapat na nalikha, nagawa dahil dito kung talagang nagkaroon ng puso ang ating PSDBM at ang ating pamahalaan na tulungan ang ating mga local manufacturer. Because CONWEP, for instance, Mr. Chairman, already stated that they retrenched 25,400 workers from June to December of 2020. I don't know about CPMP, which EMS is also a member. Yung CPMP, I remember they were saying they are targeting an additional 7,400 500 employees, pero in total, but they were only got about 3,500 because of, again, local demand for their products. So again, Mr. Chairman, parang klaro dito na ang kontrabida sa mga manggagawang Pilipino at para makagawa at makalikha tayo ng trabaho, mismo yung PSDBM. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sir, can I correct the context?
Galvez, Secretary Galvez, nagiging senador ka na.
Sir, can I correct the context? Because our demand is the 9th set PPE. Our demand is 9th set PPE, meaning from head to foot. EMS is only developing the face mask. Our need then is the PPE, the full set. And we directed the PSDBM to produce immediately because that's the need. So we would like to correct the context that we never pay board or never pay board anybody, but we asked whose company can produce that 9 set immediately.
Yes,
Sir Chairman, may I to
I
speak?
think the point has been made.
Sir Chairman.
Yes, Secretary Villanueva, did you want to follow up? Or
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Mr. Ferrer of EMS about the effects nitong nangyari sa kanila doon po sa retrench ng ilang ating mga manggagawa at yung mga opportunity losses na nangyari only because hindi nga sila nabigyan ng pagkakataon na makapag-supply nitong mga alam na natin lahat na kaya nilang i-supply.
were you directing that question to anybody?
Sir, I believe
Mr.
To
Villanueva.
Mr. Ferrer, Your
Yes.
Honor. Yes, to EMS, Mr. Chairman, please, if we can ask Mr. Ferrer about that.
Yes, good morning, Senator Villanueva. Thank you for your question. And I also wanted to confirm from Secretary Galvez, yes, we only make face masks, medical grade face masks, not the complete PPEs. And you're correct, definitely. To Senator Villanueva, the employee headcount for producing the face mask was around 350. We were not able to execute our second shift because of some push-outs in our delivery, which would have added another 200. But I believe on your talk, on your statements earlier, it's better that if you speak to CPMP, when it comes to labor, they had a bigger impact when it comes to headcount or job preservation or employment generation, the CPMP group. Thank you.
Ibig sabihin po,
Senator
hindi po
Pagdinig,
yung
just
para makaklear tayong trabaho.
Mr. Lau wants to retort. Go ahead, Mr. Lau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, for point of clarification, the succeeding procurements by PMS, PSDBM on April 6, April 14, April 16, and April 20 totaled at around 12 million. So yung binili natin early on April, naghahabol tayo nun. With the average consumption of face masks at around 5 to 10 million per month, we had an agreement or contract with EMS. The arrangement is, the question to him was, how fast can you assemble your factory with all the licenses and deliver? The commitment was by EMS was they can prepare on June. So when we had a contract with EMS already, we stopped procuring from any entity already except from EMS. So nag-antay kami sa kanila. June 1, nag-deliver sila ng 1 million. Ang problema, kulang yon. So kung kulang siya, nag-order kami ulit. Ang available stock was kay Health Wellness at 600,000. Kasi lahat ng ino-order namin, on-hand stock yan. Yung April 6, April 14, April 16, April 20, and April 27. Those were all consumed during the months of April and May. So nung papunta na tayo ng June, nagkakaroon na tayo ng shortage. So that's when EMS actually came into play when they started delivering. So these are the schedules of delivery by EMS. Actually, EMS was a big help. They started delivering on first delivery nila June 1, 1 million. June 28, 8.5 million. July, 8.5 million. August, 8.5 million. September, 8.5 million. Si EMS lang po ang nagdi-deliver ng local, ng only surgical, medical grade surgical face mask sa PSDBM starting when we had a contract with them. We had a problem when it started on October kasi biglang nagpalabas si DOH ng price freeze at 9 pesos. Nung nag-price freeze si DOH ng 9 pesos, doon kami nagka-problema because we have to ask them, can we still deliver? Baka hindi kasi bayaran ng DOH. So we had communication. Ang problem doon is, mababa na kasi ang price during that time, mataas ang contract namin. Pero we had a clause with EMS already when we started because I can recall the discussion with them during that time. Actually, I was also one of the people who assisted Peripheral and EMS together with DOI. We organized these groups of people para maintindihan nila ang bidding process, ang procurement process of the government and the licensing requirements. So during the time, when we entered the contract, nilagay namin for safety purposes for both sides, baka biglang tumaas ang presyo, meron tayong safety measure. Pag biglang bumaba ang presyo, meron din tayong safety measure. So ang sabi namin, if you are willing, pag biglang bumagsak yan, dapat pwede tayo mag-drop para hindi tayo ma-accuse. Pumayag naman ang EMS. So that's when umabot ng December, nag-drop na talaga siya. Kasi on December, we were able to procure at least 200 million pieces, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 200 million pieces of medical grade surgical face mask. Pero, iba-iba to, si Hafid and Erasmus, UTC, WC, Medtex, joint venture, mga local din to sila. But si EMS kasi, we had a long-range contract with him. So to protect him, we asked him just accept the right offer match. So mga nanalo para ma-continue siya mag-supply. Kasi pag pinilit namin at 1350, lagpas na kami sa price ceiling. But to set the context straight, when we had an arranged contract already with EMS, we already have the local supplier. We stopped procuring surgical face masks from other companies. In fact, the only reason we had to give EMS leeway of 3 months to really set up, kaya meron kaming stockpile to make sure that we will give him the chance. Kasi pag hindi siya nakadeliver on the time, mabablacklist siya. So that's the logic behind PSDBM. In fact, we were helping him. Day-to-day, monthly, nag-uusap-usap kami with DOH, how delivery. Ang problema talaga din namin doon, pumapasok ang PPE sets, pumapapasok ang ano tawag doon, surgical face mask, mga N95, wala talagang maglagyan. That's our biggest problem. You can look at our office, hindi naman ganun kalaki. And in fairness, inspection team namin, alam ni EMS yan, they count it by millions. And we have only at least 20 inspectors. But we do our job. Ano lang kasi timeline.
Mr. Chairman.
The fact remains that you bought face mask at 27 pesos and you allowed EMS to buy at 13.50, and the fact is clearly shown that EMS was not able to deliver everything, but Family at 27 pesos was able to deliver everything along with other things. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
So there's a question for the Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, just not a question, just a manifestation, Mr. President. We're talking here of context. And it's interesting that we're focusing on the context of the first 3 months when the pandemic has been around for over a year and almost 2 years. And truth to tell, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, meron pang 2.3 billion na babayaran pa sa Family for 2021. So wag natin nililihis naman yung usapin. Context is kung umpisa 2-3 buwan, yung unang 3-4 na buwan, siguro maintindihan ko pa. Pero meron pang gastos ng 2.3 billion for 2021. The second point, Mr. Chair, quick manifestation is that, you know, DTI, we spoke to DTI. They were saying that DOH and DBMPS was not responding for several months to the issue of PPEs. Parang merong nagdi-dribble ng bola. The same story for the testing kits, Mr. Chairman. Yung testing kits, merong Filipino testing kit na dinidribble na halos mas mura. Tapos ang dahilan, DOH na naman, tsaka DBMPS. Parang nga lumalabas dito, dinidribble yung lokal kasi nga mayroong favored na supplier. Tsaka yung 2 to 3 days na delivery, Mr. Chairman, and my last point, you know, sa mga bidding na pabilisan, ang tawag ko doon ay lutong Macau. Mabilis dahil alam na nung favored supplier ano yung specs. Nauna na eh. Tinimbre na sa kanila, ito ang hahanapin eh. Kaya mabilisan. Yun ang tawag sa, sabi nga, siste sa mga government procurement. Dati na. Pag sinabing lutong Macau, yung mabilisan, meron ng favored supplier, may advance notice na kung ano yung bibilin para makapaghanda sila. Para sila lang ang merong kapasidad. I mean, I'm not saying this is what happened here because we're trying to establish it, but we know that this practice has been done in the past.
Thank you. Senator Revilla?
Very short, very short.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yes, with due respect, just a short intervention. May we hear from COA their findings? They heard the explanation of Mr. Lau from DBMS, from IATF, from contractors like EMS. Can we hear kung ano po ang findings ng COA on this procurement?
With the indulgence of my distinguished colleague, Mr. Chairman, this is regarding the statements made by former USEC Lau, Mr. Chairman. Just very, very quick. 15 seconds, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleague, Senator.
Already question 15 seconds explaining yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, while there are so many statements being made by PSDBM, it cannot be denied, Mr. Chairman, that the PSA, and numbers don't lie, PSA noted an increase in total amount value for PPEs and medical supplies of $71.96 billion, Mr. Chairman. That's equivalent to 3.5 billion pesos as of June 2021. So, Mr. Chairman, it is clear, regardless context, Mr. Chairman, whether onset of the pandemic or at present, there is a bigger dependence or dare I say preference for importers. Nandun ho yung numero. Kaya ang mga local manufacturers natin hindi talaga natutulungan. Let me just place that on record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, may we hear from COA, please?
May we hear from COA very fast. I know that you've already submitted the report, but just a reaction on what has been transpiring here. COA?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon po.
Yes, Mr. Chairman Aguinaldo.
Chairman Aguinaldo, please go ahead.
What are findings regarding this? Overpricing or para po doon? Can we hear from you?
Chairman Aguinaldo?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The findings of the audit team that handles PSDBM really pertained more to inventory management and not the overpricing. Kasi ang nangyari po, I think you were flashing the figures earlier. You had purchases of, for example, yung face mask, anywhere from 13 pesos to 27 pesos. And they procured quite a bit, and I think someone mentioned earlier na yung hindi nga natuloy yung ibang deliveries because of inventory and warehousing space, no? The problem was, hindi po na-dispose kasi a lot of this equipment right away, so that nung dumating po yung September and the prices went down, yung mga regional offices and hospitals ng DOH ayaw nang bumili or kumuha from PSDBM kasi mahal. Kasi for example, yung face mask, anywhere from 13 to 27 pesos, pwede mo nang mabili ng 5 piso or even maybe 10 pesos you just walk across the street doon sa hospital, makakabili sila ng ganun. Ano. So ayaw na nila kumuha. And well, you can't blame them kasi they also want to manage the funds that they have in their possession. Why pay 27 pesos for something worth 5? At the same time, yung recommendations naman had to do with marketing strategies dun sa inventory management. Ways of pushing it further kasi nga yung stock nga nandun, kaya lang hindi na gumagalaw. And now they're faced with a problem with a lot of stock that no one wants to get because it's expensive. And so mapipilitan ang PSDBM to dispose of them at a discount. Yun po yung main observation doon, that there was a problem with inventory management.
So you're saying, Chairman Aguinaldo, sobra ang bili nila. In this particular case, Farmally and others, no, Farmally had the big bulk. You agree?
Yeah, medyo malaki. Although yung contract nung EMS was also quite huge.
Pero nabili na nila yan. Pero parang, nung nabili na yung Farmally, puno na yung inventory kung talagang tutusin, kung dumating yon. Kaya nga gusto ko malaman kung dumating o hindi, o napadeliver. Kaya nung pumasok yung Pilipino na kumpanya, sinani na sila, hindi na sila makabenta hanggang pumayag na sila na ibaba yung presyo nila ng 2 pesos and 35 centavos. Masakit yun, ha? Because pinapasok sila at 13, kahit natignan mo yung comparative rate, ang sila ang pinakamababa, which should be the case. Pero sa dami ng kinuha nila, at tandaan natin, nilipat yung pera ng DOH, yung 42 billion sa DBM. Don't you think that was really extravagant na bibigay mo yung 42 billion tapos ipapamahagi mo yung pera sa isang tao na hindi natin kilala, bigla na lang lumabas yung pangalan niya, si Yusek Lau, bili kaliwat kanan, tapos ngayon mapa-fine yung mga Filipino companies at pati yung mga Pilipino na dapat sinasabi ni Senator Villanueva, mga laborers na tamaan pa, talagang tinamaan dyan na kung yung perang yan ay hindi tinapong kaagad sa DBM, na makikita natin na perhaps na manage yung inventory at unti-unti bumibili tayo sapagkat marami na kaagad kakaripas ng takbo dyan na namimili sila. Ang ginawa nila, pinaboran yung isang korporasyon o ilang mga korporasyon, to be fair, nangyari, bumaha ng produkto, kaya nalugi na yung mga tao sa pera na dapat umabot sa kanila na hindi umabot, na wala pa yung pera ng mga pinag-usapan natin ng isang araw na hindi mabayaran yung mga SRA, kinakapos tayo doon sa tinatawag nating babayaran para sa mga ayuda at pati na yung sa mga bata hindi makakuha ng module. Lahat yan, susun na yan di ba? So, talagang mali ang prioritization ng gobyerno. Yan lang sinasabi ko. So, ngayon, itong Filipino company, ini-encourage natin magawa, tapos ngayon sila pa ang nakatiwangwang. Lugi sila. Narinig natin, lugi. Kawawa naman, di ba? So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes, Senator Revilla, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
Chairman Aguinaldo, as to the price of the supplies, yung face masks, face shields, PPEs, ano po ang findings within the price range po ba ito considering the circumstances at that time? Yung panahon na yun, talagang kailangan talaga nating mag-purchase. Kung malibawa, for example, wala po ako kinakapihan dito, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Halimbawa, at that time, kung halimbawa bigla maubos yung PPEs, siguro panic mode ang ating gobyerno. Sa atin lang, yung patas lang na investigasyon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair? Patas ang investigasyon natin, ang pinapaliwanag natin ng gobyerno. Yan ang patakaran. Nakakita ang COA ng mga discrepancies, sinundan ng Senado, bilang tungkulin ng Senado, magpaliwanag sila. Ang problema, hindi may paliwanag na maayos. Okay, patas yan. Yes. Hindi ako sumasali kay kanina.
Yes, alam ko po.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, to the points made earlier by former Yusek Lau, I'm sure kaya ni Mr. Ferrer depensahan ng EMS. Dun sa listahan ng mga nabigyang kontrata na sinabi ni dating Yusek Lau, yung Hafid Erasmus lang, iisa lang ay Pilipinong kumpanya. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, for the record, let's talk about capacity of Filipino companies. September last year din, nalaman natin na as early as February 6, binalita na yung Bataan-based firm, Filipino firm called Medtex, ay kayang gumawa ng 2 million face masks monthly. Kasi since December, nababalitaan na natin yung namumuong pandemic. So a month before nag-lockdown tayo dahil sa pandemic, napag-alaman publicly, kaya ng isang Pinoy na kumpanyang Medtex based sa Bataan mag-produce ng 2 million face masks monthly. At meron din silang sister company under the Medtech group of companies na nagpo-produce ng PPE. So ibig sabihin, may capacity, Mr. Chairman, nung nanawagan ng gobyerno, nag-step up itong mga Pilipinong kumpanya, bakit hindi itinuloy-tuloy yon para mas ma-survive natin ng mas maayos yung pandemya, kasama yung mga Pilipinong kumpanya at lalo na kasama yung mga Pilipinong manggagawa. For the record, salamat, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Drilon.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been waiting for an opportunity to ask a few questions, and
Unless you raise your hand.
yes, well, I wanted to.
Because of your white mustache.
I'd like to raise a few questions to Mr. Lau, if I may. Yes. Is Mr. Lau still around?
Yes.
Is Mr. Lau still around?
Mr. Chairman, I am
Oh,
present.
there you are. Thank you. Mr. Lau, when did you start your career in government?
June 2016, Mr. Chairman. The National
June of
2016.
2016. Weren't you an arbiter for the regional field office of HLURB for Southern Mindanao region?
Yes, I think only for a period of 6 months, Mr. Chairman.
For 6 months.
6 months.
All right. So your career started in August of 2016 or June of 2016.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, you were Undersecretary of the President in the PMS, or Presidential Management Staff, Office of the Special Assistant to the President. Is that correct, sir?
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Under the Presidential Management Staff, under the umbrella of the Office of the Special Assistant to the President.
And after that, you went to the HLURB.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And how much was your salary as Undersecretary of the Presidential Management Staff?
I think roughly around 70 to 100,000 per month, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry?
I think around 700,000.
Hindi niya pa alam. Aba, hindi niya pa alam.
70,000 to 100,000 per month, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, 70,000 to 100,000
I think
per
daw,
month.
animal. Talaga.
And as CEO and Commissioner in the HLURB, you were in salary grade, what, 30? Is that how I recall it?
Most likely, Mr. Chairman. Around.
And how much was your salary then? Just roughly.
Yeah, roughly around mga SG 30, I think, around, still the same, around 100,000 and up per month.
100,000. Now, and then you went from there in 2000, you were there in 2000, you were in HLURB in 2017, and you moved.
Wala nang net ni Dodong.
2019.
September 2019 yan eh.
August of 2019.
Yes,
And until when?
Pahingi ako ng bond paper.
Mr. Chairman.
Si June.
Until December 2019. And 2020, I was designated.
Tapos pabili na ng merienda.
Wow,
Excuse me, excuse me, Senator Grande. Sharid Grande, please turn off your microphone. You're from the Department of Health and you're disturbing the proceedings. Kanina pa yan. Saka alisin mo yan, tara sa bida vaccination. Ilagay nyo yung mukha mo dyan.
So,
thank you. Go ahead, Senator Secretary.
Yes, thank you very much,
Lakas ng
Mr.
ulan ah.
President.
Yari,
And you
magbabaran
were
kami
there,
dito.
you were in the USEC for DBM,
Yes.
USEC for DBM and PS starting when? August of 2019.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. Until
And-
December 30, 2019. On January 2020, I was designated as Executive Director of PSDB.
And how much was your compensation?
Roughly 100,000 per month.
I'm sorry?
At least roughly around 100,000 per month, Mr. Chair.
About 100,000. No.
Parang hindi siya sure. Anong klase?
Okay, 75,000 per month.
175,000.
175.
175,000.
175,000.
Basic salary po. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Lau, have you? I have with me. I suppose this came from you. Your SALN for 2019 and 2020.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would you please submit to the committee your SALNs from since you started with government in terms of being USEC from August of 2016?
Will do, Mr. Chairman.
Can you submit that?
Will do, Mr. Chairman.
Now, I was analyzing your what's available SALN, and we noticed that from your net worth in 2019 was 36 million per record.
Wow.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chair.
This rose to about 41 million in 2020.
Yes.
And how do you account for the increase?
I think one of the reasons there was an increase because there was so many deaths in 2020, and I invested, I think 15 years ago, to buy 140 memorial lots.
Wow.
And I sold 40 memorial lots on 2020, Mr. Chairman. I think those are one of the reasons.
You realize cash there. You realize you said you sold.
Yes.
Yes. Now, when you purchase those lots already appeared in your assets as real property.
Actually, I did not purchase it. It was a fee as a lawyer when there was a transaction of my client's property being developed as a memorial park. The fee given to me by my client, I did not accept it as money. I accepted it as memorial lots. So they gave me 140 memorial lots. So it was, I think, in 2009 or 2010, somewhere around that time.
So your attorney's fees were in the form of memorial lots.
Maingay yata.
Somehow, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, did you report that as part of your assets?
Yes, in the SALN, Mr. Chair.
In the SALN, what year?
I think since 2016 until 2019 until 2020. I think it's 2019.
I'm just focusing on first from 2019 to 2020. There was an increase in your net of
140 lots, 140 memorial lots. In 2019 and 2020, it's already 100 lots only.
And that accounts, according to you, that accounts for the increase of your net worth.
Some of the reason.
And what are the others?
The reason is this, Mr. Chairman. I sold some properties. One of the properties I sold is that in a golf course residences. The reason I sold it because the golf course was already operational. So when I bought it, I think around 12 years ago, I'm not sure, 12 years ago, basta it's more than 8 to 12 years ago, the subdivision was still very young. I think last year or 2019, it was the time when South Pacific started opening up that subdivision into a golf course residence. It's a golf course residence, but it really opened it as the golf course is already open.
Maingay.
So when it opened up, market so the prices increased dramatically high. And I sold it for one reason. I sold it because I was planning to buy the property adjacent to my house in Davao City.
Yes, I have no problems. What I'm just saying is, I'm trying to trace where your how your net worth increased. And what you're describing are properties, just the change in the nature of the property from real estate to cash. But that does not account for the increase in your assets because whether cash or land, those are assets.
Yes, it accounts for the change, Mr. Chairman, because the date of acquisition and the date of sale is significantly different. It was procured, everything that I bought, that I sold on last year was at least 10 years old asset. So like memorial lots, the value when it was given to me was roughly around 10,000, 20,000. But now it's the memorial lots now average just around 80,000 to 100,000. Second, some of the loan that I had, the loan collectibles I had was already collected in 2020. So everything was maturing. 2019, 2020. So I also have a school.
Yeah. Anyway, yes, I'm trying to figure out, as I said, okay, how your assets increased from 2019 to 2020 because I was trying to examine your SALN. It would appear that net worth in 2019 was 36 million. It rose to 41 million in 2020. You had about 21.2 million in real properties listed in your 2020 SALN. But before you joined government, your real estate only totaled 900,000.
No. Before I joined the government, I already had those assets, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry?
Assets that I gather are based on my based on my practice.
Also, okay.
That you have
Just places of record, and I'll give you an opportunity to answer that when you bring all your SALNs, because right now I don't have copies of your SALN. Now,
to make
you have also cash in your 2019 and 2020. You had cash assets of 15.78 billion pesos and 138 US dollars for a total of 20 million as of 2020. So, can you explain where all this cash came from? Would you the source of this?
I already have my dollar account is my account since before I entered the government. My peso account it's being handled by my wife. We have I think we have 2 businesses and 1 school. So that's basically it, Mr. Chairman. And when I entered government, my net worth is already around 30 million pesos, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Undersecretary Lau, it's difficult to ask you questions because I don't have a complete set of your SALN. Can I request Mr. Lau if you can submit to the committee the SALNs that you have since you joined government in 2016 up to the time you left in 2000. Is it 2020 or whatever?
Yes, 2021, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, 2021. If you can submit that so that I can ask follow-up questions. So I'll defer my other questions once Mr. Lau submits this SALN copies. Now, may I know from Mr. Lau if when you going to the award of the supply of the face mask, etc., did you require formally to submit a tax clearance?
The list of the documents that we ask when we award are the following, Mr. Chairman. I think PSDBM has the documentary requirements. I think they
Yes, that is no. I'm asking a question of fact. Did you require a tax clearance for family, which is one of the requirements?
Yes, if it's one of the requirements, that it is asked, Mr. Chairman.
Or do you did you ask for it?
The procurement team, Mr. Chairman.
No, you're the head of the procurement team.
But I don't do the procurement.
Okay.
Right, Mr. Chairman. Because
I'll ask later on whether or not because that I don't see that in the file. The tax clearances of Farmally and Sutsu Machinery.
Sushu Machinery is a foreign company, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Now, did you in payment of these goods that were paid for by PSDBM, did you collect VAT?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. When it's a foreign company, we deduct outright 12% VAT on the basis that we might not be able to, the government of the Philippines may not be able to collect the taxes due to this foreign company. So our arrangement with them, since their standard format in selling is that the items will be sold, will be delivered only in the port of China, and that they will not handle taxes in the country of destination. We already deduct it in advance from our payment. When it comes to local company, we use our standard deduction, which is, I think, let me check, Mr. Chairman. I don't have the records with me, but I'll check if what is our standard deduction. The standard deduction we do is we get 1% EWT and 5% FVAT. Then we have a retention money of 1% that we return to the supplier after the delivery, a full delivery of the items.
I'm sorry, but I find difficult trying to figure out what you're saying. But just a straight question. In the sale of these medical supplies to the government, was it subjected to an output VAT of 12%? These are Farmally. I'm just talking about Farmally because Farmally is a domestic corporation.
Formally, we deduct in other local companies. I cannot answer the question, but my answer is this. We deduct 1% EWT. I do not understand EWT. And 5% FVAT. Because I'm not the one doing this, but our AFG, Admin and Finance, and our controller. So this is standard format and all the suppliers of PSDBM. So this is deductions.
Go ahead.
That's it, the three. We deduct 1% EWT, 5% FVAT, and 1%, it's not VAT, but it's retention money. And we return this 1% retention money to the supplier upon after full delivery, after 3 months after full delivery, Mr. Chairman.
So you're saying that all the taxes were withheld, the appropriate withholding of taxes were done?
I'm not really very good in the computation of the controller, but my answer is affirmative on the deductions that we standardly deduct. We do deduct it, Mr. Chair.
All right.
The 5% and the 1%.
Yeah. Anyway, we will be asking for the records in the PS because it should be there. These are matters that are recorded. So I'll request later the committee to subpoena these documents on the tax liabilities of this company. So in the meantime, Well, I have questions on Pharmacy executives, Mr. Chair, not on Mr. Lau. We will just request for the documents from PS DBM pertaining to the issues I just raised, and that's principally on the taxes. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll suspend my interpellation until also Mr. Lau would submit his SALN. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Okay, the chair directs Director Kimbo to make sure that the documents requested by Senator Dillon, as well as the SALN, the various SALNs of Mr. Lau, be sent and be obtained by us. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Senator De La Rosa?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Senator De La Rosa,
Yes.
please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One lang, housekeeping clarification, Mr. Chairman. Are we still going to follow the priority list of questioning? Dahil kami ni Senator Tolentino dito, alas 8 pa kami, andito na sa building, Mr. Chairman. And Senator Tolentino is listed number 6. I am listed number 7. At kung singit ng singit yung mga listed number 13, 14, 15, hindi aangat yung ating number dito. Wala mangyayari sa priority list natin, Mr. Chairman. Sa akin lang sana, kami rin naman gusto sumingit, magtataas ng kamay, hindi rin ma-recognize dahil ang nauna na-recognize yung virtually present, yung physically present dito, hindi ata nakikita sa screen. Kaya yun lang, clarification lang, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I'm sorry, I did not see you raise your hands. You know, I always recognize our senators who raise their hands. And I'm sorry, as scintillating as your facade is, I did not see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would you like to ask
Hindi ako griping, Mr. Chairman, ha? Kuwan lang ako, nagugutom lang ako dahil mag-alauna na. Pero pinakain naman kami dito ng staff mo dito. Salamat, Mr. Chairman. Hintayin na lang namin yung turn namin. Dito lang kami ni Senator Tolentino, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You're recognized now. If you want to ask the questions, you'll wait until you eat. Okay, that's fine. Senator Villar, please, and then Senator Recto. Senator Villar. You need to ask your assistant to unmute, please.
So can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Okay. I just want to know if I'm going to be listed, what number will I be? I'm just curious.
Actually, number 20. Actually, the number is really right now is Mr. Soto, Mr. Subiri, Mr. Dillon is finished, Mr. Recto, and should Senator Subiri ask questions, we will call him. If the Senate President wants to call him, of course, they have priority, you know that. And Senator, we recognize his presence earlier. I did not see Senator De La Rosa, and I apologize. Senator Villanueva raised his hand, and I recognize him. Senator Lacson has been recognized. After Senator I called you because you were raising your hand. Medyo marami tayo kasi. So,
okay, just list me where I should be, and then I'll wait. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Recto or Senator Subiri? Sorry, Senator Subiri? Okay, when Senator Subiri comes in, Senator Recto, you're recognized.
Mr. President,
sorry, Senator Subiri, go ahead.
Questions are more on the vaccination. I can wait my turn and give my turn to the next speaker. It's all right, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Recto? Senator Ralph, please go ahead. If Ms. Vilma Santos will allow you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'll try to be brief. Mr. Chairman, I was following the proceedings this morning, and I'd like to center on the role of the private sector. No? We've had deliberations in Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2, and the records will clearly show that we've been talking about producing our own PPEs. No? And it surprises me that there was testimony today that we had a local company or several local companies who could have produced this for us. Remember, in this pandemic, we are saving lives and livelihood, Mr. Chairman, no? So it pains me as well to know that hindi na ibibigay sa mga local suppliers natin, Mr. President. No? So, moving forward, how are we coming along as far as producing our local PPEs?
Who are you directing the question to?
Yes, to anyone in the government, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody take
Or maybe from the private sector, the representative from the private sector.
All right.
Let me start with them, yes.
Yes, Mr. Ferrer is from the private sector. Would you like to
Yes.
answer that?
Yes,
Anybody
Mr.
from the
Ferrer.
private sector, just sound off and we will recognize you to answer the question of Senator Recto. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Senator Recto. When it comes to a PPE industry, there was an established PPE industry that can produce the complete set, except for the gloves, except for the surgical gloves that we almost had one, but has pulled out of investing in the Philippines. But we will have to relook again, Senator Recto, if we can again scale up to the requirements that is needed in the Philippines. But I would strongly recommend if we can put together and have support on local manufacturers. The Filipino companies can produce the required PPE for the Philippines. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Ferrer, isn't it correct that based on last year, no, based on the data that we've seen with COA, mas mura kayo kaysa doon sa mga binili sa Pharmaly? Tama ba yun?
Based on Senator Recto, based on what I heard today, at least for the face mask, we are lower than the prices that I saw in the document that was presented this morning.
Yes, so mas mura kayo, almost half the price.
It seems that way, Senator Recto, yes.
Okay, so half the price kayo pero hindi pa rin binibigay sa inyo ng gobyerno, tama ba yun?
We were awarded a 100 million piece contract at 1350. And again, I'd like to say that only 25% of that 100 million was shipped at 1350, and the 75% was shipped at 2 pesos and 35 centavos.
Okay. Magkano naman yung sinip ng Pharmaly?
That one, I wouldn't have any information, Senator.
Okay, so question to PSDBM. Is Yusek Lau with us still?
Still present, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so the question is, naka-deliver ang EMS ng 1350. They won the bidding for 100%. Naka-deliver sila ng 250. Magkano yung delivery naman ng Pharmaly? Para maintindihan natin to.
The dates are very crucial, Mr. Chairman, because the deliveries of EMS started on June 1, June 28, July, August, and September, all in 2020. And the last deliveries I think they had was this year, January. However, Pharmaly has delivered 2.4 million and 10.
So let's keep it quickly because marami pa magtatanong eh. So magkano ang delivery ng Pharmaly?
Around 12 million pieces for the month of April and May.
And magkano yon? How much did it cost the government for them to deliver?
It's around 200 to 70, around 280 million pesos.
No, how much per piece?
Per piece at 27 and 22 Mr. Chair.
Okay. So sa local, 13 and 2 pesos. Doon sa imported, 27 and 22. Tama ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So hamak na mas mura yung local.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay. Pangalawa, let's ask the private sector, why is it that you do not know the prices quoted by Farmally? Meaning to say, hindi ba dapat transparent yung PSDBM? Nasa website dapat ninyo, nasa portal ninyo, so on and so forth, na ito yung presyo na binibili ninyo. Bakit hindi natin nakikita yon sa PSDBM? Bakit nakatago yung mga presyo? Bakit hindi alam halimbawa ng EMS?
From the private sector, from the EMS side, we do not look. We don't have any reason to look for what the prices of other suppliers, simply because we do have a contract to deliver 8.5 billion pieces for 1 year.
Yeah,
So,
no, I understand that. All I'm saying is that shouldn't there be full transparency
Mr. Chairman.
as far as PSDBM is concerned? Yes, please continue. Mr. Clau, yes.
I think EMS already knew about that because that was the basis of the negotiation. For us to give him a bulk purchase, I remember us discussing roughly when he was planning, when he was referred to us by DTI, I gave him the standards, the list of requirements to comply with, endorsements to be.
Yeah, US law, no?
Yes. We talked, Mr. Chair, ang sabi ko sa kanya is simple. Ang going rate ngayon is around 27, 22. You have to give us a good price para mag-stabilize ang price, but we will give you the best contract that we can give you para fair. The government will have stable supply.
Yusek Lau, the point that I'm driving at, is transparency. My point is transparency in the website of DBM. In fact, it is listed as a major concern by the COA report.
We understand, Mr. Chairman.
That is the point. No?
Transparency is concerned. Mr. Ferrer was informed on that. That was the basis of the negotiation.
So it's not about Mr. Ferrer. It is about, let's say, my office looking at the PSDBM website. It is how much are we purchasing this? Or when you bid, for example. And the COA report is littered with all these transparency issues. That is the problem. No? Okay. Unlike, for example, if it were purchased by the DOH, clearly that would be in their website. Pero pinasa sa PSDBM eh. That is problem number one. Okay, pangalawa. How much do you charge as fees in the PSDBM?
We charge around 4%, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so 4%. Why should a government agency charge another government agency 4%? Bakit kailangan kumita ang PSDBM ng 4%?
The salaries of the employees of PSDBM, Mr. Chairman.
Isn't it that the salaries of the PSDBM is already in the general fund?
We use revolving fund for our inventories and our salaries, Mr. Chairman.
Ulitin natin. Isn't it correct that the salaries of the PSDBM and everyone in DBM is in the general fund?
I am not as sure of that. I think it's
well, I am sure of it.
DBM would be able to answer that, Mr. Chairman.
I don't think, I am sure of it. Your salaries are paid, you are a national government employee, is that correct?
I am, Mr. Chair, but the PSDBM employees are all contractual under PSDBM.
Iba yung contractual, but nevertheless, that is still in the general fund.
Maybe, Mr. Senator Recto, you use budget because
correct, it's the budget. Now, if it were a GOCC, that's another matter altogether. But the question here is accountability. The one really accountable should be the Secretary of DOH. Nandun yung budget sa kanila eh. Ilang taong ko nang sinasabi na mali itong practice na to na may pasabay. Pasabay meaning to say na pinapasa ng iba't ibang department sa PSDBM, sa PITC paring accountability mawala sa kanila at may pakita sa papel pag budget hearing na ito ay obligated. Na sa katunayan ay hindi. Every year we take this up in the budget deliberations. And there are accountability issues involved. Di ba? Again, why are we charging government, taxpayers, an additional 4%? Palagay ko may mali dun eh. Ha? Nawala na yung accountability, may commission pa ang PSDBM na 4%. Kung ang DOH ang nag-bid niyan, meron bang 4% silang babayaran?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
May babayaran ng ang DOH na 4% sa
Service.
PSDBM?
Service fee usually, Mr. Chairman.
No, when they use PSDBM, if
Yes.
DOH were to bid it out by themselves, may 4% ba?
I cannot answer that, Mr. Chairman. I think
There is
DOH
none.
agency.
Yes, but you know better. There is none. Right? It is only the PSDBM that charges. Okay? And when you bid out the projects, who signs the notice of award?
It's common supplies, Mr. Chairman. It is the executive director, which is me during that time, Mr. Chairman.
So PSDBM ang notice of award.
Common supplies po, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi ba dapat pagka, let's say, DOH yan binigay sa PSDBM, may joint accountability dapat yan? Na you bid it out and it should be the secretary also. Or it should be the secretary of DOH who should sign the notice of award after the PSDBM recommends. Isn't that should be the practice?
If it's not common supplies, Mr. Chairman, it's a non-common supplies, then usually it will be the what do you call that? The end user who will be signing the notice of award. The PSDBM will issue a recommendation for award.
Correct.
But if
So
it's
in
common,
this case,
it's PSDBM po.
So in this case, with regard to what we're talking about, the Secretary of DOH did not sign any notice of award.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So only you signed the notice of award.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And where did you get the specifications for what to buy?
The agency purchase request, which is sent to us by DOH, it details all the standards and specifications of the items that they are ordering from our office.
So what does that mean? The standards and specifications,
is set by
alam
the
nila.
Yes.
They're aware.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So if they're aware of the standards and specifications, why did they even download those funds to you? Why can't they just bid it out themselves?
I think the answer of DOH last time was that they lacked the personnel and the time during the time. In fact, it was a discussion with the I think IATF and NTF during the time that there was no source and they need to ask PSDBM to handle that particular affairs, Mr. Chairman. So I think that was the reason, Mr. Chairman.
Alin yung nauna naman, yung request nila sa inyo, or yung download of the funds, or when did the government determine na common use supplies ito?
I think the declaration that it was considered as a common supply was made on, I think, in March. I don't know. It was declared as common supplies. I am not sure when it was declared as common supplies, Mr. Chair, but it was when is a specific date. But before the transfer of fund, it was already considered as common supplies, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so nauna yung determination of common use supplies. And who determined that?
It's the GPPB, Mr. Chairman.
So DBM pa rin?
I am not aware of, sure of the nature of the GPPB, Mr. Chairman.
Is it the GPPB under the Department of the Budget and Management?
I think so, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, it is. Okay. So DBM lahat ito. Okay? Okay. Now,
Mr. Chairman,
do you still have any resources with the PSDBM today from different government agencies?
I'm not aware. When the time, by the time I left, Mr. Chairman, yes, there were resources still available.
Still.
But I'm not present.
Yes, and which will be covering numerous years, is that correct?
That is accurate, Mr. Chairman.
How long? Maybe 10 years? Meron bang 10-year-old? Wala naman.
We conducted our inventory. I'm not sure if it's up to 10 years, but I am sure at least there are 3 years old or 4 years old.
Okay. So what does that mean? If there were funds lying idle with the PSDBM for 3 years? Hirap din ng DBM magpabid ng mga project. Ganun ba yun? Ng PSDBM?
Usually, Mr. Chairman, the reason for some accounts there that are left when like me, when I arrived into office on 2020, some of the items or some of the accounts are left there. It was not bidded out because the specifications and the APRs of the agency of the procuring of the end user, which is the agency that transfers the funds to us, was still being crafted, not clarified.
Or incomplete, di ba?
Yes, or incomplete. So
okay,
that's the situation, Mr. Chair.
So look at this issue now, the accountability side. You're telling us that one of the reasons why hindi mabid out ng PSDBM yung iba is because hindi kompleto yung specification standards na binibigay ng agency sa inyo. Okay?
Yes.
So nagtuturuan kayo in effect. Di ba? Dinownload sa inyo and then you can now say, oh, nade-delay yan kasi you're not giving us the specifications eh. Right? So ngayon, nalilito na ngayon din ang Kongreso kung sino ba talaga accountable. Yung PSDBM ba o yung agency? Okay? Today, for this PPEs, we're saying alam ng agency yung standard at yung specs. At sinabi sa inyo, this is the quality we want. This is our standard. This is our spec. Okay? Kung alam pala nila yung anong kailangan nila, di dapat sila na lang ang nag-bid. Bakit pa pinasa sa PSBBM? That is the point.
That precisely,
right?
Mr. Chairman, the reason they passed, that's why we were able to bid it within 1 year and award multiple awards within the year, because DOH was efficient in submitting to us the standards they sent to us.
Yes, that's the point. So if ibig sabihin, alam nila yung kailangan nila. So my point, Mr. Chairman, is they should have bidded it out themselves and not pay PSDBM 4%. Diba?
Mr. Chairman,
Na short change ngayon, ang taxpayer din, doble-doble, nagbabayad na ng sweldo, magbabayad pa ng 4%. Tapos syempre, nagugulat pa yung taxpayer ngayon na doble-doble pa pala yung presyo. Remember, based on our records today, what did we talk about? Ang presyo ng lokal, 13 pesos at 250. Ang presyo ng imported, 27 at, or what was the number? 23 and 28? Thereabouts. Kaya nagtataka yung tao. And I think, let me again manifest, I've been doing this for several years now, questioning always government doing a pasabay. Ang tawag ko pasabay downloading funds para kunwari obligated to PITC, to PSDBM, at nawawala yung accountability on the bidding, nagbabayad pa ng dagdag commission, so on and so forth. Nalilito ngayon yung budgeting process din because of this practice. That is the point, Mr. President. So we're very much concerned with how this operates.
Excuse me, Senator Recto.
Yeah.
Secretary Duque, did you want to
Yes.
react?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I just want to put this thing in context. In the January, February, nung dumating yung COVID-19 sa atin at patuloy na tumaas na noong March, we were all concerned for the protection of our healthcare workers. And the President was very vocal about his concern for the protection of our healthcare workers. Wala tayong makuhang supply. Yan ang talagang malaking problema natin. Walang-wala po tayo. In fact, yung mga natira namin ng mga supplies naubos sa Taal Volcano nang binigay namin ng mga mask. So, talagang wala kaming makuha. And the President was telling us, no, you have to produce all these PPEs, all this life-saving equipment because we need to take care of our healthcare workers. Kung meron pang supply, bakit hindi na lang kami? Kami naman talaga ang gagawa na dahil alam naman namin lahat ng mga technical specifications. But of course, kami, binigay namin sa PSDBM because kami yung amin procurement absorptive capacity was really very, very poor because unang-una, yung mga panahon na yan, ang dami na isolate, na quarantine ng mga DOH employees and officials. No? Number two, yung balik-balik namin sinasabi na talagang walang-wala tayong makuha. Kung meron naman tayong alam na pagkukuhanan katulad nung sa Bataan, wala naman silang volume. Hindi naman sila daw makagawa ng sapat na mga PPEs o yung mga face mask. Nagkaproblema din po sila sa raw materials. Sabay-sabay, yung global supply chain, napaka-acute ng shortage. Kanya talaga kami, minabuti namin, dahil nga sa direktiba ng ating Pangulo, you have to produce. Kanya yun po ang ginawa ng IATF, ng NTF, and we had to download these amounts not in one sitting. We actually downloaded this covering or spanning almost 1 year. And we have the documents to submit to the committee. Ano yung schedule of the agency procurement request that we downloaded to the PSDBM together with the amounts and quantities, the technical specifications, etc. Kompleto po yan. And lahat po may legal basis. So talagang walang-wala po tayo. Kaya talagang we were desperate. That's the word that I'd like to use. We were desperate.
Let me move on. So, if for example, so 1 year, maintindihan ko sa umpisa siguro. No March, April, maybe. O sige, kailangan bigla-bigla. O sige, medyo mataas nga itong una. Pero yung succeeding, mas mura na dapat. No? Pangalawa, palagay ko naman, hindi rocket science to produce these PPEs. Kayang-kaya na natin i-produce yan. If we cannot even produce PPEs, what else can we produce? What else? Dito sa Batangas, nakaka-produce tayo dito ng mga high-quality semiconductors din eh. And we cannot produce PPEs. Moving forward. Di ba? What is the policy today? Shouldn't we produce some of this locally at least? Shouldn't we have our own stockpiling of this? Many countries do that right now.
Mr. Chairman, let me just give my rejoinder. Yung policy naman po ay ang mga local manufacturing companies, they can. Nobody is stopping them. They're being supported naman and nakapaggawa nga sila. In fact, nakasama nga sila sa suppliers list, no? Is testament to that policy. Na they're all welcome to locally manufacture. And yun naman ang ginawa namin. Nag-meeting kami nila Secretary Mon Lopez ng DTI pinag-usapan po namin iyan na bigyan natin ng pag-asa, bigyan naman natin ng oportunidad yung sarili po natin mga manufacturing companies dahil yan po ay nag-employ ng libu-libong mga kababayan natin. So, we share with you that sentiment na if there's an opportunity for the private manufacturing companies to supply government, I mean, that opportunity kami kasama doon sa
That's
request that we kami kasama doon sa